Rebuild World Chapter 142 Shizuka's Worry. Cheryl took an information terminal from her desk. It was the information terminal that Akira left there the other day. I'm returning this. It is a hard game, but it was interesting. Thank you very much. Cheryl gave her impression about the game and returned the information terminal back to Akira. It was indeed just a game, but it was also a relic hunting simulation based on Akira's real skill. A training tool using a top-down simulation. Akira lent that to Cheryl since it seemed she was interested in it yesterday. When he heard that Cheryl also thought that it was a difficult game, Akira made a troubled face and said, "Yeah, you're right, it's really a difficult game." Saying that the game was hard was similar to saying that Akira's skill that was reflected onto the main character in the game was still way too underdeveloped. Although Akira himself understood that very well, it still hurt him a bit when he was reminded of it. It's true that I still have a long way to go. I guess I have no other choice but to get better equipment, train myself up, and gather more experience, huh? Cheryl thought that it was simply a game. That was why she did not think much about it as she said to Akira. Yes, it was an interesting but difficult game. It took me some time before I could clear it. Eh? Akira was taken aback by what Cheryl said. Cheryl was also surprised by Akira's reaction. Akira was so dumbfounded that he could only react awkwardly. You cleared it? Why, yes. Cheryl, who saw that, replied back awkwardly too. It was indeed a difficult game, but there was no reason for Akira to be that surprised. At least that was what she thought since she did not know anything more than that. Akira opened the menu to check the previous play sessions of the game. He was so surprised that he was not able to nimbly navigate through the menus, so instead Alpha took over and quickly brought up the history menu. Alpha scanned the history list and said, "Yep, she did clear it. The score is turned to a plus." It was really surprising for Akira. So it was really possible to clear it with that difficulty, huh? Alpha smiled and faked a pout. Oh my, did you really think that I would set it to a difficulty that you can't clear? Well, I didn't mean it like that. Akira flusteredly said that it was not true, but somewhere deep inside his heart, he really thought so. After all, it was really difficult. But now that he knew it was possible to clear it in that difficulty, it made him wonder how to do it, and the person who could answer that question was right in front of him now. Akira pushed the information terminal that he just received back to Cheryl. Cheryl, can you try to clear it again? Sure. Cheryl found Akira's sudden mood change to a more serious one rather weird. But then she replied with a smile. Cheryl sat on the sofa and played the game to clear it one more time. Akira sat next to her. He had his eyes fixed on the information terminal on Cheryl's hand. Cheryl had once sat on Akira's lap while facing in his direction, so Akira thought that she would not mind him getting that close and prioritized more on a position where he could comfortably look at the information terminal. But Akira's guess was wrong. Cheryl actually was a bit bothered by that. She continued playing the game while holding back her embarrassment and delight. For Cheryl, who thought that she overdid it the other day, Akira was too close this time. And it was not Cheryl who took the initiative, it was Akira. And that fact alone made her face glow with happiness. Close, way too close. In order so that he could get a good look on the monitor, Akira tried to line up his vision with Cheryl's, so of course Akira put his face close to Cheryl's. Since they did not cover anything from their neck up, they were close enough to feel each other's skin warmth. If Cheryl said that Akira was making it more difficult to play the game, or even if Cheryl showed any sign that she was bothered, Akira would normally get some distance. She tried her best not to show it while continuing to play the game in silence as her cheeks went slightly reddish. Fortunately, the game did not need Cheryl's continuous attention or any time-sensitive actions. So even if she was a bit in disarray, it did not affect her performance in the game. She just needed to be extra careful and take extra time before making any decisions. Following that, the Akira in the game started to slowly and carefully explore the old world ruin. The reason why the Akira in the game could make dangerous moves as if he could read the future was simply because Cheryl had cleared that game a few times, so she knew what would come afterwards. Of course, it was not something that she could overcome only by knowing that it was coming, but if she knew what she would face, it would help her overcome that danger. Akira closely observed the movements of the Akira inside that game and asked Alpha a question. As I thought, even if you know that it's coming, it's still not easy. Alpha mischievously smiled and replied. So in short, it means that even if you have the ability to read the future, it's still a difficult thing to return back alive from the dangerous old world ruin. Akira got dejected. He understood and completely agreed with what Alpha said. He also knew well that he should not feel prideful about his skill nor belittle whatever he faced. But still, it was discouraging to get reminded of that. Now then, putting aside the real Akira, the Akira in the game did not find much trouble exploring the ruin. Eventually, he got some relics and left the ruin. The ammo and medicines that he used during the exploration, his wounds, the time that he took to explore the ruin, and the number of relics that he brought back, all of them were translated into his score. The black-colored score points showed that he ended up with a positive score, and with that, Cheryl cleared the game. Akira, who saw that Cheryl cleared the game, casually complimented her. That's impressive. Cheryl blushed. Thank you very much. Cheryl glanced at Akira. It seemed that his mood had considerably turned for the better. It seems that Akira has been completely cheered up. Is he really that interested in this game? I guess I'll put in some effort to investigate about this game later. Cheryl thought that she should look about that game in the network later. But sadly enough, that game was made by Alpha, so there was no information about that game that she could find in the network. Cheryl was about to return back the information terminal to Akira, but Akira stopped her. I'm lending that to you, so you can use it for the time being. Are you sure? It looks like an expensive information terminal though. Yeah, you can use it as your usual information terminal. I've also changed its provider from the free provider, so you should be able to reach me even when the line is busy. Well, what can I say? You can just think of it as a reward for clearing that game. And also, if you have the time, you can play that game and aim for a higher score. I understand, I'll hold on to it dearly. If I can get a better score, can I get a better reward next time? It depends on the score. Cheryl was joking when she said that, and Akira replied while giving Cheryl a smile. Akira then left Cheryl's base. The sun was about to set. The slum city slowly but surely blanketed in darkness. But it was not like the slum city would be covered in total darkness once the sun was out. As people had created lights to help their lives, there would be some places that would radiate light. But even so, it did not change the fact that the slum city would get more dangerous once the night fell compared to when it was in the middle of the day. When the light that illuminated the world was gone, those who hid under the shadows would start to make their moves. Akira was walking through the slum city at that moment when the world shifted from light to darkness. He was walking while talking with Alpha. I wonder if I can explore the old world ruin without your support if I can clear that game. The Akira in that game was the reflection of his real skill. So what he said was not exactly wrong. Alpha smiled smugly and said, of course that is if you can easily clear that game. But in that case you'll have to make decisions in an instant. You have no way to know the position of your enemies beforehand. Your life will be over if you make even a single mistake. Basically, it would be a one-try-only game with no chance of retry. You sure you want to give it a try? No thanks. Akira's answer was swift and instantaneous. If that game's difficulty level was increased to be as close to reality as possible, that would be the kind of game that he would play. And of course, the real world would be even more difficult than that. Alpha then continued with her smug smile. Just to let you know, I do all kinds of things to support you during your hunter work. And that's including giving you instructions to make sure that you won't get killed, refining your movements by controlling your augmented suit, and many other things too. Alpha was still smiling mischievously at Akira, and he returned with a wry smile. Thank you for all your help. You're very welcome. Alpha smiled satisfied after hearing the words that she was waiting for. Akira suddenly grabbed the hand of the man next to him, and that man had Akira's wallet in his hand. Akira's face twitched out of anger as he mumbled, "Again, huh?" Akira took back his wallet and kicked that man. He made sure to hold back so as not to kill that man. That man was also aiming for Akira after he got the information from the information broker. But the information that man gave to Akira was different compared to the last one. This time the rumor said that Akira was a kind hunter who let go of the girl who stole his wallet since she was just a little girl. So even if that man got caught, Akira would just forgive him if he apologized. That man trusted that information and went for Akira. The reason why Akira backed off when that young girl stole his wallet was just because he had no other choice when the hunters backing that girl confronted him. He lightly threatened that man and told him to tell the information broker what he just said there. Akira kicked that man 3 times before he let that man go, so that man dragged himself in pain and somehow managed to leave that place. This time Akira did not share his medicine. When he kicked that man, he had no plans to kill that man, but he did not care if that man died. If that man was unlucky, he would die before he could convey Akira's message to the information broker. The reason why Akira let him go was because he did not try to shoot Akira when Akira caught him. Had he aimed his gun at Akira, Akira would have killed that man. He was livid, but he was still able to think calmly. Akira did not lose his cool like last time. The fact that he was able to prevent his wallet from getting stolen twice with his own skill helped him to calm down. Akira suddenly asked Alpha a question. Alpha, do I look like an easy target to them? No idea, but at least, you don't seem like a veteran hunter. Well, I know that too, but still. Akira seemed to be slightly dejected. Alpha then made some remarks about another thing unrelated to his outlook. Rather than your outlook, I think the main reason is the fact that an information broker is selling info about what happened back there. You're just a boy, the pickpocket was just a girl, 100,000 orum is a rather big sum of money for those in the slums. You were able to catch her, but leaving the reason aside, you couldn't get your money back. If you look from that point of view, it's understandable that people easily misunderstand your real skill. Since you are seen as just a mere child, the information about you would be quite cheap. Especially if the ones spreading it believe that you are incapable of retaliating. So, those that are seeking a target would most likely end up buying information about you. What a pain in the neck. Not only the people who bought it from the information brokers, but the fact was that this info must have spread across Slum City as rumor by now. A lot of people would be preying on Akira from here and on out. At least, until the rumor died down naturally or something happened that overrode it. Akira exasperatedly sighed. Shizuka closed her shop at a prefixed time every day. The private security company that she was in contract with also recommended her to do so. Although her shop was located in the lower district where it was relatively safe, once the night fell, the area would still become dangerous. Both for the sake of her own safety, as well as to lessen the work needed to be done by the private security company responsible for the area, it was important to close the shop during the night. When Shizuka was about to close the door, Akira suddenly appeared. Is the shop already closed for today? Shizuka noticed Akira and threw him a smile. HM? Don't worry, come in. Is it really okay? Akira looked a bit apologetic. Shizuka smiled teasingly at Akira and said to him, of course, it's important to hold dearly the candidate with the potential to become regulars of my shop. Thank you very much. Akira said his thanks and entered the shop. Shizuka then closed the door after he went in. There was no one else inside the shop, only Akira and Shizuka. Putting Akira aside, it was a situation where it could be said that Shizuka was a bit too careless, but she decided to trust her intuition and thought that it should be all right. It was not like she would allow just anyone to enter her shop after she closed it. Shizuka returned to the counter and started talking to Akira. Are you here for ammo again? Or are you planning to buy rifles today? Is it okay if I get my hopes up? I actually have something I want to ask. Shizuka-san? Akira noticed that Shizuka was staring at him. Shizuka fixed her gaze at Akira. She looked straight into his eyes as if she was trying to see through him. Akira was not that bothered by it, but he still found that a bit weird. He could not understand why she was doing that. So he awkwardly tried to say something. Akira, did something happen? Before Akira could say anything, Shizuka suddenly asked Akira a question while still staring at him. With that question, it felt like Shizuka was able to see through him. Akira seemed to feel a bit troubled, as if his bad side just got discovered by Shizuka. He then proceeded to try to avoid that subject for some reason that he himself did not understand. Well, it's not really something bad. It's just that someone tried to steal my wallet. But I was able to prevent it. But yes, it still leaves a bad aftertaste. I see. Shizuka approached Akira and gently hugged him. Akira's head was pressed against Shizuka's chest and was buried in her bosom. Shizuka-san. Just let me do this. Akira was troubled by it, but once Shizuka told him so, he stopped fighting back and just let her hug him. Shizuka seemed to be thinking about what to say to Akira while still hugging him. Her expression was saying that she found some words to say to Akira, then decided they were not the right words, and tried to look for something else to say. After she gathered all of her experience until now and combined it with her intuition, she then proceeded to convey those words to Akira, who was still hugged tightly. I'm sorry if I get this wrong, you've grown to be pretty strong as a hunter. You now can do things that you couldn't before, so I'm sure that you have things you're worried about related to that. And I'm sure that you have a lot in your mind too about that matter. I'm sure you don't need to worry about it if you decide to stop caring about it, but before you do that, you should at least share it with someone. You can share your worry with me, it might lighten your burden if you do so, you know? Shizuka then put her hand on Akira's head and lightly patted him. Akira did not say anything as he let Shizuka hug him. When she said those words to Akira gently, his arms moved slightly to hug her back, but he stopped his arms midway. Right after that, Shizuka released Akira from her hug. Akira took a step back, lightly bowed with a smile and thanked Shizuka. Thank you very much. I think that helped me. Shizuka smiled at Akira. She seemed relieved. I'm glad to hear that. If you have anything you want to talk about, you can always talk to me. After all, although I look like this, I have more living experience than you, so I think I can give you some advice, and even if I can't give you any advice, I can at least listen to your complaints. In reality, Akira did feel much better. Now that he had regained his calmness, Akira smiled and thought of something that was not really that important. It was true that Shizuka was a beautiful young girl, but of course there was no way she was in the same age group as him, so Akira thought that, although I look like this line was not necessary there. Shizuka noticed that thanks to her sharp intuition, and that made her smile even more. You just thought that there is no need for me to say, although I look like this, right? Akira did not say anything back, he just replied with a smile, which was a bit awkward. Shizuka could somehow sense that the dark emotion that was welling deep from inside Akira had mostly vanished. Shizuka felt relieved after confirming that. But she did not show that in her face when she said to Akira, so then you want to ask me something, right? What is it? Akira hesitated and sounded rather unsure. Yes, right, I actually want to ask some questions about equipment, so I just thought if I can get your opinions. It would be a great help if you can give me an estimation of what is the best equipment that I can get with my current budget. Like an augmented suit or rifle or information terminal. It would be great if you can give me some recommendations. But this time, I'm not thinking of getting new vehicles. Sure, I don't mind, so then how much is your budget this time? Shizuka smiled at Akira as she asked him that question. Akira hesitated before answering back. It's about 400 million orum. Shizuka continued smiling at Akira without saying anything. Akira, who saw that, started trying to make excuses with an awkward smile. No, it's not like what you think it is. It's true that I did pretty reckless things. But I wasn't alone, I was with Elena-san and Sarah-san when that happened, so it's not like I did some dangerous stuff out of my own volition. Things happened and I had no other choice. So, back then in Mihazono Ruin, something unexpected happened, something that even Elena-san couldn't predict. So under Elena-san's order, we all tried our best, so? Shizuka was still smiling without saying anything when Akira desperately explained what happened. The reward from the request that they had accomplished in the Mihazono Ruin with the other hunters was 500 million orum. They then got extra money from the insurance company too, as well as an extra reward as the reconnaissance team that went to Saranthal building ahead of the main team. All requests that had something to do with the city management had a ton of rewards. Then to top it off, Elena and Carol worked together during their negotiation with the city management and Drankum. The information about the interior of the Saranthal building was also highly valued, and their success in rescuing Reina's group added a big plus to their evaluation as well as to the amount of rewards they received. So in total they received 3 billion orum, which meant 500 million orum for each person. Of course, there were expenses for their ammunition and other expendables too, but the city management side also reimbursed them for that expense. Not all of them thought that it was worth all the trouble that they faced back in the Mihazono Ruin. But at least for Akira, that reward was big enough. Oh. Shizuka was still smiling at Akira, who was desperately making excuses, but she then suddenly sighed and said to Akira with a smile, "Don't worry. I heard from Elena and Sarah too. So I more or less know what happened and I'm not angry at you. I see. Akira sighed in relief. Even for him, it was not an easy thing to try to explain to someone, whom he had promised not to do anything reckless, as to why he broke his promise and did something reckless. Shizuka looked slightly apologetic as she gently smiled at Akira. I'm sorry for doing something weird there. But if you've done something that you actually don't want me to know, then at least keep in mind that it was something substantial that you did. It's good to be proud of some extraordinary feat that you've done, you know? But that doesn't mean that it would be okay for you to do that again, okay? There's a small line that divides between getting used to dangers and belittling dangers, alright? Akira gave a firm nod. I understand. Looking at that, Shizuka smiled satisfied. She then changed the mood and asked Akira a question. Putting that aside, I'm really happy that you came here to ask for my opinion. But are you sure you're okay with spending that much money? Akira found that question a bit weird. Is there something bad about spending that much money? I got quite a lot of money from that request in Mihazono Ruin, so I thought that I should spend that much money for my equipment while I still have the chance. That line of thinking is really good. It's true that investing in your equipment is really important, but you can use it for something else too, like maybe to get better living quality, for example, like a better house or better clothing, or maybe use it for your own hobby. Since you got quite a lot of money this time, I think it's a good idea to take a rest for a while, you know? There's no need for you to rush yourself to get stronger, right? Akira thought for a bit. Getting better living quality, huh? To be honest, at the moment I have no wish to spend my money on something like that though. Since I've been sleeping in the back alley of the slum city until recently, compared to that, my current daily life is like heaven though. So I have no complaints about my current living condition. I guess I won't spend any of my money on that kind of thing until I find something lacking in my daily life. When Akira said that, Shizuka had a sad expression, although only for a split second. She immediately hid that expression and replaced it with her usual smile. In that case, then there's no problem. But still, 400 million for equipment, huh? Seems that you've grown so much. It's 400 million orum. You know? Even I am surprised when you say that. Does it not make you feel anything? Akira smiled bitterly and replied, to be honest, that number is so big that it still doesn't feel real to me yet. So I thought before it corrupts me or before I spend it on unnecessary things, I should spend it on my equipment first. That's a good idea. As a shop owner, I'm really happy with your plan. They then spent some time talking about what to buy. It was 400 million orum. After all, Shizuka needed to make sure what kind of equipment Akira wanted to get before deciding on what to buy. The reason why Akira did not use his last 100 million orum was because he was planning to use it to get a checkup in the hospital as well as for emergency saving. He did a lot of dangerous things this time, so it was just to be safe in case his medical bill cost him 60 million again. After Akira finished his consultation with Shizuka, she asked him a question. As I thought, it's important to carefully think about it when you're about to spend 400 million orum. Not to mention that it'll take some time before the ordered articles arrive. So are you okay with that? Of course. I'm also planning to stay inside the city until I get my new equipment. Alright then. I'll give my best to help you since you're a prime candidate as a regular. Akira pouted for a bit. It was rather rare for him to make that face. Candidate, huh? I'm pretty sure I've contributed quite a lot to this shop sale though. Is it still not enough? Shizuka smiled and replied with a serious expression. That's not the problem. Being a regular means that you'll come to this shop regularly. So you don't count when you get injured or killed, and can't come regularly to this shop. Akira's expression changed. Shizuka was basically telling him to always come back alive, to make sure not to get injured too much that he could not continue his work as a hunter, and to put extra effort in doing so. Akira finally understood that. It was true that he always did dangerous stuff when he went out to the wasteland. If he could not make sure to come back alive anytime he went out, then there was no way he could be a regular to Shizuka's shop. Shizuka smiled at Akira and said to him, so please make sure to properly be a regular to my shop. Okay? Akira made his resolve and firmly replied, yes. Shizuka smiled satisfied seeing Akira had made his resolve. After Shizuka closed the shop and finished tidying up, She sat on the counter and sighed. Akira had already gone back home, and there were no customers left inside the shop. The shop was dead silent, so her sighing echoed and could be heard clearly. Shizuka was deep in thought about Akira. To be honest, it's a not good thing to get too invested on a particular customer though. Shizuka already knew that well, but she still mumbled there as if to confirm it. She then remembered about Akira and made a troubled look. So he caught someone who tried to steal his wallet, huh? I wonder what he did to the person that he caught. Rifles were freely traded in the lower district. The only difference between robbers and pickpocket was whether they pointed their guns at you when they took your belongings. The people that Akira caught were likely to be armed, so it would not be strange at all if Akira killed them. Akira was no longer on the receiving end if he wanted to. He could easily join the other side. The question was, once he got enough power to get back on those people who robbed him, could he fight back the temptation of getting his revenge on those people? It was a difficult question. After all, the fastest way to make sure that he was no longer on the receiving end, and to attain the sense of safety and superiority that came with it, was to join the other side. Simply put, it was to be one of those people that he hated so much. For those people who decided to join the other side, their end was mostly the same. They get used to abusing their power and it corrupts them. They then have to fight those who have the same level of power and try to replace their positions. They would need to fight those who were in front as well as those from behind, trying to stab them in the back. The one who survived after all the chaos would stand on the peak, on top of those people who looked at them in awe and fear, on top of the countless corpses. When Akira said to Shizuka he planned to splurge his money for equipment, Shizuka thought that he was aiming for more power. But she was really glad that it was nothing but unnecessary worry. Shizuka actually wanted Akira to have other options, and for him not to unnecessarily make enemies. After all, in this world where there were already plenty of enemies, it was the secret to long survival. But the one to decide was Akira, not her. She can hope, but she cannot force Akira. After all, she has no right to do so. But even so, it should be fine for her to have hope. As Shizuka thought so, she then mumbled, "If it's possible, I wish Akira can properly be a regular at my shop. As the owner of a shop and a hunter who is properly earning money, I really wish we can get along for a long time, even if he's not earning that much." Shizuka once again noticed that she was too invested in Akira as she sighed. Rebuild World Chapter 143 One more time. Akira was taking a dip in the bath inside his house while thinking about what happened that day. His consciousness was hazy thanks to the bath. For some reason, I feel so tired today, though I didn't get into any fight. Akira was exhausted. It must have been because a lot of things happened that day, both good and bad. He let the warm water help him recover his physical fatigue. Alpha was also in the same bath, just like usual. She looked at Akira as if she was thinking about something. Akira noticed Alpha's gaze. "What?" "As I thought, it has minimal effect unless you can touch it." "Huh? What?" "I'm talking about when Shizuka hugged you." Akira, who was leaning on the bathtub, slowly sunk deeper into the water. When his mouth and nose finally went underwater, he breathed in some water, which startled him as he immediately pushed his body back up and coughed. Akira panicked for a bit since he was about to drown there. What are you even talking about?" "Like I said, I'm talking about when Shizuka hugged you. To be honest, I think outlook-wise I'm better than Shizuka. But even so, it seems that it doesn't affect you that much, so I guess it's because you can't touch me." Alpha did not seem to be teasing him. She was simply asking an honest and straightforward question to Akira, and that made Akira waver a bit. Was I really fawning that much? Well, different people will have a different opinion about it. I'll leave it at that. Akira flustered for a bit since Alpha only gave a vague answer. Looking at that flustered Akira, Alpha did not show any sign of teasing as she started scolding him. "Well, I guess I'll give you a little warning. She thought of you as a small boy, which you are. But there's a limit on how far this can go, right?" I know." Akira decided that he had to make sure not to leave any bad impression on Shizuka. Alpha did not lie there. It was true that each person would have a different opinion on that matter. And even if Shizuka saw Akira's expression at that time, it was unlikely for her to think that Akira was fawning over her. She would only think that Akira only felt relieved and nothing more. But the actual reason why Alpha warned Akira was to check how he would react to that. She was checking how far people could manipulate Akira's course of action, which could affect her own objective. In turn, she might need to come up with a special plan in such a scenario. At least for now, Alpha was able to confirm from Akira's reaction when he was hugged that she needed to be careful about that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Alna was walking through the Kagamayama lower district in the middle of the day. She looked terrified. She kept looking around her surroundings as if someone was hunting her. But in reality, no one was actually hunting her. But even so, Alna kept walking while keeping check of what was behind her, what laid on the next corner, what was hiding in the dark alley around her. A sound suddenly came from behind her. Alna flinched. She looked back while trembling. A signboard just fell over behind her. It was not because someone was hiding behind it, it was simply because of the wind. Once she realized that, she sighed in relief and her expression softened. But her expression immediately tensed up again. She still looked terrified as she mumbled, "Why is this happening to me?" Alna kept on running without knowing if anyone was chasing her, and without knowing where she could run to. Last night, Nasha came to Alna's hideout. That was where it started. Alna, who was already sleeping, immediately woke up when she heard someone knocking on her door. It was already deep into the night. It was not the time where people would usually visit others. So she carefully checked outside the door and she saw Nasha standing there with a grim face. Alna let Nasha come into her hideout. Nasha scanned her surroundings first before she stepped in. She looked around the room with a grim expression. She felt slightly relieved after she confirmed that there was no one else there. But the grim expression on her face did not change. It was obvious that there was something big going on. Alna tried to calm Nasha down as she asked Nasha what was wrong. "Nasha, what happened?" "Alna, are you alone?" "Why, yes. Is there anyone else other than me, and you who knows about this hideout?" "I don't think so. I didn't tell anyone about this place except you." Nasha looked at Alna with a serious expression and said to her, "Calm down and listen closely. Once we're done here, get away from this place as soon as possible. This time, hide somewhere where even I don't know about, okay?" "Wo there, what's going on?" Alna started to feel scared. Nasha placed both of her hands on Alna's shoulders. Her voice was trembling as she was about to tell a painful truth to her best friend. "Akira is going to kill you. He told the gang to look for you." Alna froze. Alna had heard from Nasha that Akira was the hunter supporting Cheryl's gang. But it did not seem like Akira was looking for her, at least until now. Akira would eventually forget about her with time. So after talking with Nasha, Alna was planning to join Cheryl's gang later once it grew bigger and got more members. And just to be safe, she was planning to fake her name too. That way, she might be able to sneak in into the gang without getting noticed by Akira. Akira was not someone who would leech off from the gang, while the boss of the gang, Cheryl, even put some effort to teach the members of the gang how to write and read. Compared to the other gangs in the slum city, Cheryl's gang was a significantly better place for children from the slums. A lot of small children wished to join that gang, and if it grew so big to the point that it had a branch, it would be even safer for Alna to sneak in. Alna had her hopes up when she heard that plan from Nasha, but now here her hope was crushed. Alna asked Nasha while trembling, What? Why? Since when? Everything was calm until now, right?" "I have no idea. They suddenly told us to keep our eyes for you. They gave us a picture of you and told us to report back if we spot the person in that picture. And it seems that they distributed that photo to everyone in the gang." Nasha showed the picture that she received from the gang to Alna. Alna's face turned pale as if she just saw something that she could not believe. The person in that picture was really her. "It even has my photo. But how? How did he get that? When did he take this photo?" In reality, no one took a picture of her. That photo was produced straight from Akira's memory when he saw Alna. Its quality was not bad. As a matter of fact, the person in that picture could easily be identified as Alna. Nasha tried to calm Alna down since it seemed that Alna was about to scream. "Alna, calm down, alright? Just calm down." Alna looked at Nasha with teary eyes. She was about to break. Nasha then slowly and calmly said to Alna in order to calm her further, Calm down, please, just calm down. There's something important that I need to tell you, and I want you to listen to me closely. I received that picture when Alicia, an officer in the gang, told me to keep my eyes if I spot the person in that picture. But then she also said that there's no need to get out of my way just to look for you. As in matter of fact, she told me not to do that. She said that it's okay to just report where and when I spotted you later. What do you mean? They're looking for me, right? I don't know the details either, but from what I heard, you have a hunter friend who is stronger than Akira. That's why there's no need to forcefully bring you in since it's dangerous. Alna, do you have any idea who that hunter is? Alna shook her head. I see, then it must be a misunderstanding. They might be talking about that hunter who helped you back then. Who was it again? Katsuya, was it again? That's right, Katsuya-san. When Alna said Katsuya's name, it sounded as if she placed her hopes on him. Nasha then continued. I think you have two choices here. First of all, you can try to run away as far as possible from here. Although the lower district is pretty big, we don't know how far Akira would go to look for you. But I'm sure that he won't go as far as looking for you in another city, so you just need to run away at least that far. It would be suicide to walk all the way to another city. If she really chose that option, Alna would need to make an arrangement for transportation. But doing that was not cheap. After all, the wasteland was filled with dangerous monsters. So not only for the transportation, she would need money to arrange for the escorts too. Your other choice would be to seek help from that Katsuya. If he's a kind person and if he's someone who won't let the person who he saved once get killed, even if it was only out of a whim, he might be willing to help you again. Akira himself said that Katsuya is stronger than him. So if that Katsuya told Akira not to mess with you, he might stop looking for you. Nasha has never met Katsuya before, so she did not know what kind of person this Katsuya was. But she knew that Katsuya was kind enough to help out a total stranger, so she thought that if Alna desperately begged, he might decide to help her again. It might be even better to try both the ways out. Try and ask for that Katsuya's help, and if it doesn't seem like he'll help you, then make a plan to escape to another city. Nasha gave Alna some hope. Thanks to that, Alna was able to calm down for a bit. But it did not fix her situation at all. It was just that Alna had two possible ways out and both of them were unlikely to work. She might not have any means to run to another city, and Katsuya might refuse to help her again. Both choices did not give a guarantee that she would be saved. Nasha pulled out a pistol and some money. She then handed them both to Alna. Use this, it might be not much, but it's better than nothing. Alna was so surprised and flusteredly said, this pistol, isn't it the gang's property? If you get caught. Nasha smiled at Alna as not to make her worry. Don't worry, just use it. I'll be fine, I can just tell them some lie. But? It'll be fine. Nasha hugged Alna and stopped her words midway. She then looked lonely at Alna and said, I'm sorry. Although I call myself your best friend, this is all I can do for you. I did think of telling Cheryl about it and ask for her help, but it seems that won't work too. She is scared of getting on Akira's bad side, so I don't think she'll help out someone who Akira is planning to kill. As in matter of fact, I'm sure that if she knows I'm your close friend, she would do anything to make me leak your location. Then you should come with me too. Nasha was still hugging Alna when she shook her head. No, I'm sure it won't be much trouble if the gang lose one person worth of money, and Katsuya might help you if you're alone. So both the choices you have might not work if I'm with you. That's why I can't come with you. Nasha. Moreover, things might change later, and you might not need to run away, like Akira might get killed somewhere soon. He's a hunter after all, so it won't be strange if he's suddenly dead. Although, when that happens, it might be the end of the gang too. Whichever the case, if something like that were to happen, only people in the gang would know about it, so I'll need to stay in the gang. And if that happens, I'll try to let you know, but don't get your hope too high. Nasha lightly smiled and hugged Alna tightly. This might be our last goodbye. I'm sorry, but I have nothing else to say other than I hope you'll be well. After she said that, Nasha released Alna from her hug. She then said to Alna with a serious face, Now then, I'll head back now. After this, leave this place and hide somewhere that even I don't know. Make sure to act carefully. Always assume that they have interrogated me, And I've told them everything that I know about you. I'll do my best to resist, but I can't promise you that I won't leak anything." Nasha confirmed that Alna nodded with her teary eyes. She smiled at Alna to encourage her for one last time before she left. After that, Alna packed her stuff with teary eyes and left her hideout just like what Nasha told her to. She had no plans where to go. She had no hideout that she never told Nasha about. Alna walked in the middle of the night and picked a random back alley to catch some sleep. When she woke up, the sun was already high up. She then remembered everything that happened last night, stood up and continued walking in fear. Why is this happening? There was no one there who would answer her mumble. Alna was wandering aimlessly in the lower district of Kagomayama City. Although she was not aiming for any place in particular, she unconsciously headed to a certain place. It was the place where she met Katsuya. She unconsciously headed there while hoping for a miracle to happen, so that she could meet Katsuya one more time. As she walked through the alleyway, her expression was a mix of terror and resignation. She then eventually got out of the alley and stepped into the main road. That was when she spotted Katsuya. Alna was dumbfounded as if she could not believe what she saw. Katsuya noticed Alna, smiled at her and said, "Ah, well, we meet again." Alna saw his smile and realized that it was not a dream. Right at the next moment, Alna started to cry. She was holding herself from crying from yesterday, and now the dam broke open. Katsuya was flustered when Alna suddenly started crying. She clung to Katsuya while still crying. Please help me." The miracle from the last time had happened once more. Her wish had come true. This meant that she had decided to abandon her other choice. There was an abandoned warehouse near the slum city. Armed people gathered inside that abandoned warehouse. All of them looked to be already experienced in handling their weapons, and they looked like thugs. Looking at their equipment, they seemed to be your common hunters. But the air around them was more like that of robbers. They were exuding an ominous aura, saying that they had lost their sense of logic to the point that they were willing to not only hunt the monsters in the old world ruin but also normal humans. They were talking about their next plan inside that nameless warehouse. So what's the plan here? "This will be it, everyone. We'll do it tomorrow. I have no one else that I can ask to come, nor do I have the plan to take more people in. After all, the more people we bring, the less our individual share would be. I've secured the route to sell the relics that we'll rob. I also have contact with a fencer too. After all, we can get relics with unknown origin, as many as we can, but it would be bad if they started asking where we got them, right?" A man suddenly complained about their prey this time. "Are you sure it's worth robbing? If we only get cheap relics, it won't even be enough to pay for the drinks, you know? Some information that I gathered say that some of the relics there could be resold for even 100 times its original price. We should be able to find good relics there. 10,000 Aurum relics might fetch us 1 million Aurum, and 1 million Aurum relics might fetch us 10 million Aurum. That place is worth robbing." Another man who was still in doubt voiced his doubt. "If you go even that far, it actually makes it sound a little bit fishy though. How's the enemy?" "They have about 10 armed children, and one of them is a hunter." "Small children, huh? I heard that there have been many strong young hunters lately. Does it have anything to do with those children?" It's about that guy from Drenkum, right? I heard that Katsuya guy defeated a bounty monster only with young hunters. I've also heard that they did pretty good during that incident in Mihazono Ruin." The guy who was doubting the plan said with a hoarse voice, "Whoa there, it's a bad idea trying to fight someone who can defeat the bounty monster. You know? Drenkum is trying to be a proper hunter gang. They even have some connections with the hunter office. I'm sure they won't be protecting a back alley shop in the middle of the slum city. I'm sure the shop that we're aiming for has nothing to do with that gang." Another man intervened. "I heard that the young hunter protecting that gang is not that strong. I heard that when a thief stole his wallet, he could not fight back and just ran away when the hunter protecting that thief intimidated him. So basically he's not that great of a hunter, huh? If that's really the case, then that shop might be not worth that much, no? Are you sure we can get any money from robbing that place?" "If you're worried about money, I have insurance. I heard that the shop would likely get popular in the near future. Someone made a request to crush them sooner than later, and we can take some extra profits on the side too." Another man then awkwardly said, I see, I've never heard about that info before, but if it will really bring us money, I don't have any complaints. Oh. The guy who led the group put some pressure on his words as he said, "Then just shut up." Humph. They were a group of people who were tied together because of money. As long as whatever they were going to do was going to bring them more money, they would not break up their alliance. It was not like they were acting completely separately from each other. All of them had enough skill to work together with each other as a team. With their level of skills, they should be able to safely hunt for old world relics to some extent. But even so, they chose to hunt for humans instead since they thought that it was an easier way to earn money. As long as they kept getting results confirming that their assumption was correct, they would keep doing the same thing. At least until the day they were proved to be wrong. That day, Akira spent his day in Cheryl's base again. Cheryl did not open the shop every day. It was not because Akira could not come to her base every day. It was more because there were other ways of gathering money that they needed to develop. Not to mention, Akira also asked them to teach the gang members how to read and write, and sometimes they had to help Katsuragi too. Cheryl and her gang opened their stalls and their shop irregularly about 3 days a week. Since Akira came to the base early that day, they decided to open their shop that day. Akira was waiting inside Cheryl's private room together with Cheryl. When someone came in telling that she had a customer, Cheryl would change into her dress and go to the shop together with Akira. Every time she had a customer, Cheryl would change to her dress and welcome the customer, and then she would change back to her casual attire when she returned. One of Cheryl's men came and said that she had a customer. So Cheryl started changing to her dress. While in the middle of changing her clothes, Cheryl suddenly heard Akira throw a question at her. "Isn't it better if you just keep wearing your dress rather than changing to it every time someone comes?" Cheryl smiled and said, "It's a matter of feeling. It's better this way. Knowing that I have a special dress for it helps me focus." "Is that so? Don't you feel a bit relaxed too when you return home and take off your augmented suit?" "Something like that, but only reversed." "Well, you have a point there." Akira sounded as if he was trying to avoid that subject. Alpha smiled at Akira teasingly. "To be honest, you often think that it's too much of a trouble to take it off, so you often don't take off your augmented suit, even when you're home though." I know, I'll be more careful. It's important to have this kind of switch, you know. It might be a good idea if you learned that from Cheryl." Yeah. Alpha looked at Akira, who reacted just like a small kid getting annoyed when he got scolded, and smiled. Akira could feel that gentle smile from Alpha and felt a bit embarrassed. But he made sure to stiffen his expression so that would not leak out. In the middle of changing her clothes, Cheryl could be seen using the undies that she received from Akira. Those were also old world relics. She received those when Akira thought that they would not fetch him much, although they could get him quite a lot of money in reality. Cheryl had gotten used to having Akira seeing her in her underwear, and it took even less time for Akira to get used to seeing Cheryl in that situation. Cheryl put on her dress and thought, "I wonder if I should at least act more bashful to make Akira interested in me. But considering everything that happened until now, I don't think that would have much effect though, not to mention that it seems I'm already gotten used to it too. I'm pretty sure Akira would see right through me even if I act bashful, good grief." Cheryl glanced at Akira. Although someone as beautiful as Cheryl was changing cloth next to him, Akira did not show any interest at all, and it was highly unlikely that he was acting indifferent. So basically there's no need to fake anything, right? But I wonder what kind of situation he would show his embarrassed side. Now that I think about it, even back then when I straddled him, even though I think he's happy with that, I don't think he's embarrassed at all. Was it because I was the one who took the initiative? If Akira was the one who took the initiative, I wonder if he would react differently. That's right, for example, when I change my dress, what if Akira is the one undressing me one by one? I'm sure he'll have a different reaction. Cheryl imagined all kinds of scenes in her mind. She imagined Akira undressing her layer by layer while slightly blushing. Akira's hand was trembling as he gently took off her dress. As her dress fell to the ground one by one, she blushed and sent an embarrassed gaze to Akira, who was undressing her while trying to hold back her smile. Cheryl unconsciously added more spice to her imagination. As her movements in the real world slowed down, her imagination grew wilder and wilder. As Cheryl started to drown in her imagination, Akira suddenly called her. Cheryl. Yes? Cheryl was so flustered when Akira's voice pulled her back to reality. Akira found it a bit weird. You're taking your time changing to your dress there. Isn't it better if you hurry up for a bit? It would be bad if the customer arrives in the shop before you, right? Why, you're right. I'm sorry, I'll hurry up. Cheryl started to hurriedly change to her dress while still being flustered. Akira looked at her and tilted his head in confusion. This time Cheryl was blushing for real, she was not acting. Rebuild World Chapter 144 Uninvited Visitors. Cheryl stood in the middle of the main room where she was selling relics with a puzzled face. Akira had already positioned himself by hiding behind the white sheet hanging from the ceiling. They were ready for the customer, and it did not take long for those customers to arrive there. The problem was the report that Tyal, who brought the customers there, gave. Cheryl frowned and said to Tyal, 8 people. Wasn't it supposed to be only 4? Tyal flinched from Cheryl's gaze alone, but he managed to give her an explanation. There were only 4 people when they visited the stand. But when I was guiding them here, they met up with another 4 people. They said that those people were their friends. They then seemed to get rather excited and the other 4 asked to come along too. It was hard to refuse them and they seemed to carry quite a lot of money, so I ended up bringing them all the way to the back alley. If you want to send them home, please ask Akira to do so. All of them are armed, so I'm sure they won't listen to me. Cheryl made a grim face while thinking of her available choices. Tyal was bedazzled by Cheryl. The dress that Cheryl was wearing to welcome the customer was beautiful enough to bedazzle him. There was not that many occasion where Cheryl put on that dress. So being able to see her in that form was one of the special perks that Tyal received from his duty. But Tyal killed his desire to strike a conversation with Cheryl. The reason she was able to have that wonderful high-class dress as well as the reason she maintained her beautiful hair and skin was none other than his love rival, Akira. To be honest, even if I can become Cheryl's lover, I don't think I can give her that level of luxury. After all, she got that dress from Akira, and even if she breaks up with him, I'm pretty sure the whole gang will be disbanded. Since she's this beautiful, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there aiming for her too. I bet one day, a leader from a big gang would get his eyes on her and force her to be his lover or something. Once that happens, I bet I won't get that many chances to meet her anymore. At the moment, Tyal had 0 chance to win Cheryl's heart. But that might not be the case in the future. If the gang grew bigger and bigger to the point that it was big enough to maintain itself without any support, then the power relationship between Akira and Cheryl might get reversed. Then, if something happened at that point, for example, let's say Akira fell in love with another girl which caused his relationship with Cheryl to sour, they might break up and Tyal thought Cheryl might start getting interested in another man. For now, I have no other choice but to help the gang to grow big enough so that we won't need Akira's help anymore. And if Akira's relationship with Cheryl gets worse after that, then I should be able to get my chance. And if I help to develop the gang, Cheryl might start to like me. Although, I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks so. Tyal's guess was correct. There were other people in the gang who thought like him. Most of them had no plans to get on Akira's bad side just to get Cheryl, but at the same time, most of them also hoped that they would eventually get some chance. As Tyal thought about a lot of things in his mind, Cheryl finally reached her conclusion. 8 people is too many. Just let 4 of them in. Let the first 4 come in, then once they're done, let the last 4 who came along with them come in after that. If they refuse to do so, then tell them that none of them is allowed to get in. If they still insist on coming in after that, Akira and I will tell them to go back ourselves. Even with her ability to serve multiple customers, 8 people were still too many for her and for Akira to keep his eyes on. And that's doubly true when they were armed hunters. Lastly, Cheryl smiled worriedly at Tyal and said to him, "Be careful, there's no need to get reckless." "Oh, okay. I understand." Tyal blushed and smiled. He felt relieved. Cheryl's mood was considerably worsened when he questioned her relationship with Akira the other day. But judging from that exchange just now, it seemed that it's all right now. Tyal seemed a bit happy as he left that room. Cheryl smiled coldly and whispered, "He's so easy." Cheryl thought if Akira caught her with that expression, there was no doubt that Akira would come to hate her. So she quickly returned her usual warm smile to her face. Not too long after that, 4 people entered the room. Cheryl smiled in relief. It seemed that it did not turn into a fight. She then started serving the customers with her usual friendly smile. It was possible to extract someone else's personality and preference from their attire, equipment, gaze, and expression. Then, that information could be used to adapt on how to approach them. Those 4 people were scanning the relics lining inside that room. All of them were so well armed that they could go out to the wasteland anytime. They were also carrying bags, most of which were empty. Cheryl felt something was wrong with those guys, but she decided to shelve that for now. Those men were browsing the relics displayed in that room, but somehow they did not seem that interested. One of them kept checking the exits and doors in that room, and another one seemed to be keeping his eyes on the sheets hanging from the ceiling. Then Cheryl could feel from their expression a slight nervousness. It was like a calm before the storm. Something was going to happen, something really, really bad. But she tried her best not to let that out in her face. One of them walked to Cheryl with a big smile. Cheryl had her usual graceful smile as she welcomed them. "Welcome to our shop." The smile of the man who was walking toward Cheryl grew bigger. It was not because she was smiling at him. It was because his plan was going really well. Alpha suddenly gave Akira an instruction. "Akira, get ready for a fight." Although Akira was a bit surprised by that sudden order, he quickly swapped to battle state. At the same time, the man who was walking toward Cheryl slightly lowered his guard. Cheryl trusted her calculation and immediately started running toward Akira's direction as fast as she could and dashed through the white sheets hanging from the ceiling. That man was shocked and could not react for a while, but he immediately got a grip of himself, aimed his rifle with a grim face, and spread bullets haphazardly towards Cheryl's direction without showing any hesitation. Bullets pierced right through the first sheet, but lost most of its momentum and could not penetrate the second sheet. The accumulated momentum tore the sheet from the ceiling. It danced gracefully, pulled down by the gravity. Bullets that had lost their momentum fell down and rolled over on the ground. That man twitched and shouted, "Anti-bullet sheet? They're not just simple interior sheets." Originally, they were planning to take Cheryl hostage and take their time robbing the relics. But he was caught off guard and Cheryl was able to run away from him, which meant that Cheryl was able to quickly guess why they were here. So he immediately changed their plan from capturing Cheryl to killing her. "Get the relics. Tell the guys outside to meet up with us." That guy shouted and gave an order to his men. Akira caught Cheryl, who dashed right to his direction with his right hand and hugged her close. He raised the CWH anti-material rifle on his left hand and pulled the trigger. There was no need to hit his target. His main aim was only to let them know that he was there. After that, he immediately brought Cheryl further into a door that was leading outside. It was an emergency exit prepared beforehand, and the sheets were there to hide that emergency exit. The man heard the gunshot coming from behind the sheet, and turned in that direction in response. The anti-bullet sheet deflected the bullet from its original track, and landed away from the man. "As I thought, they have escorts hiding behind the sheets." That man kicked a display covered by the anti-bullet sheet down and hid behind it to make sure that he would not get hit by the enemy's bullets. "The escort is behind the sheets. Make sure to equip your defensive suits." While he said that, that man pulled out a full-face helmet from his bag and put it on. They did not put that helmet at first so that Cheryl and his men lowered their guard, but now their situation had changed and they had to put them on. Akira ran quickly while still carrying Cheryl. He was able to do that thanks to the augmented strength from his augmented suit. He made sure to run as fast as possible while not injuring Cheryl. Once he arrived in front of the door, he quickly opened it, pushed Cheryl out, and immediately shut the door. Cheryl was dumbfounded when the door in front of her was closed with such force. She thought that Akira would run away together with her. Although she stood frozen for a few seconds, she immediately returned back to herself and started to move. The rest of the gang still did not know what just happened. A gunshot echoed through the base. Most of the gang members stopped what they were doing the moment they heard that gunshot. Cheryl shouted as hard as she could, "It's a shootout!" With Akira protecting the gang, they thought that no one would dare to attack the base, but that day their assumption was proven wrong. At first, Akira evacuated Cheryl to a safe place, out from that room and away from the 4 men shooting from inside the room. With this, Cheryl's safety was pretty much guaranteed, so he quickly moved to his next order of business. shooting back at those 4 men. Akira lightly frowned. But still, I always thought that I'll eventually open up a shop in the slum city, big enough to warrant some robbers. But this is way faster than I thought. Alpha smiled and replied, "You're just unlucky." I can't agree more, as I thought I already ran out of luck, huh? But since they attacked when you're here, I guess it means that Cheryl is really lucky. Thanks to that, she didn't get killed this time. Akira smiled wryly. That might be true. Cheryl has good luck after all. Yup. Then let's try to take advantage of that luck and clean up this mess as soon as possible. You're right, let's do that. Akira had no idea if it was him being unlucky, or it was Cheryl being lucky, or maybe it was even both. In order to make sure that the people who attacked the base that day were unlucky, to push his bad luck to those people, Akira fired himself up to shoot back. Alpha then asked Akira what he wanted to do with those people. So then, Akira, what's your plan with them? The fastest solution would be to kill them. That way, there's no need for you to hold back. Alpha was still smiling when she said such a heartless sentence. She did not show any hesitation in killing them. She had her usual smile while asking for Akira's confirmation to end the life of those people. Akira replied back with a calm expression. I don't mind killing all of them, but if it's possible, I want to paralyze them so I can ask them why they attacked us. You do know that you're being impossible, right? That's why I'm only saying that if it's possible. I don't want to die anyway. The longer we dilly-dally, the more dangerous this might become. We just need to try, but there's no need to be reckless. If it's impossible to hold back and not to kill them even with your support, then I'll just follow your instruction to kill them. Akira somehow sounded as if he was doubting the value of Alpha's support, but Alpha smiled smugly and replied, Don't be stupid. It'll be alright as long as you have my support. It's just that if you won't take the easiest way, then you'll have to put more effort yourself. So I just want to confirm that. If you're okay with that, then I don't mind either. Alright then, let's go. Akira smiled and ran back into the room. The conversation between Akira and Alpha happened through telepathy. Even if it was something they would need a few minutes to talk about, if it was through telepathy, they could finish that in split seconds. Moreover, when Akira switched to his battle state, he unconsciously activated his time compression. Thanks to that, Akira and Alpha could communicate almost instantly. A feat impossible if done verbally. This was also a form of training for Akira to quickly process information inside his brain. After all, being in the middle of a fight needed him to process a huge amount of information. In the middle of that dangerous situation where stopping to think even for 1 second meant certain death, Akira needed to continuously identify all the dangers around him. It included filtering what information was important and what was not. He had to process all the information effectively before the enemy could get him first. If Akira could not process all of the information fast enough, he would be testing his luck, whether he would get unlucky and die, or he would get lucky and live. At the moment, Alpha was compensating for his bad luck, but that was not enough to guarantee his safety. But even so, the luck that brought that meeting between Akira and Alpha was the very thing that allowed him to survive until now. Akira swapped his CWH anti-material rifle with his AAH assault rifle and quickly headed back to meet the enemies. The 4 men inside that room were shooting in random directions. The sheets were not invincible. They eventually ripped and danced in the air as they fell down, thus blocking their field of visions even more. They hid behind the displays while shooting around randomly. Akira suddenly appeared in their field of vision. He was hiding behind an anti-bullet sheet and had come as close as possible to those 4 men. He jumped out from that cover to get even closer. One of the 4 men was surprised by that sudden move, but he still somehow managed to shoot at Akira. But Akira was able to shoot at him faster. Akira already had his AH assault rifle fixed at him. A bullet flew from the rifle's muzzle and hit that man's head, body, arm, and rifle. But that man was mostly uninjured. Akira's normal bullet could not pierce the full-face helmet that man was using. It did not even leave a mark on that man, and since he was gripping his rifle strongly with the help of his augmented suit, he also did not lose his rifle. Akira's shots were only able to surprise him, nothing more. That man smiled as he noticed that Akira did not have enough firepower to kill him. He then tried to aim his rifle at Akira, but Akira shot his arm and rifle again. thus making him miss his shots. The shockwave from Akira's bullets threw that man off balance. It also prevented that man from fixing his aim at Akira. When that man realized that Akira was already standing in front of him, Akira's right leg was already off the floor. The next moment, he drove a painful kick enhanced with his augmented suit on that man's head. The helmet could not fully dampen the shockwave as it propagated to that man's head, and knocked him unconscious in one blow. That kick sent that man straight up, but he did not crush into the ceiling thanks to Akira, who caught his leg before his face drove into the ceiling. Akira then pulled him back to the ground and quickly shifted his left hand from the leg to that man's collar. The other 3 men in that room were so surprised that Akira knocked one of their friends so quickly, but that did not stop them from shooting at Akira. The moment Akira noticed the other men aiming at him, he immediately used the man that he was grabbing as his shield and made other men there hesitate. Akira used that short opening to quickly close his distance. The other 3 men immediately dispersed to surround Akira from the front, left, and right. The men on Akira's left and right could not shoot at Akira since they might shoot their friends. But that was not the case for the man in front of Akira, either because he was in panic seeing Akira moving toward him, or because he had consciously made that decision. He ignored the man that Akira was using as a shield and started shooting at Akira's direction. Bullets riddled the augmented suit and the full helmet of the man that Akira was using as his shield. The momentum shocked that body hard and the shockwave was transmitted all the way to Akira. The only reason that did not blow Akira back was because he was bracing against it with his augmented suit. At the same time, Akira shot the man on his right. The man on Akira's right was not as well armed as the man that he was using as a shield. The close-range H-bullet barrage knocked that man back before he fell down to the ground. Akira then shifted his aim to the man in front of him and pulled the trigger. The man in front of him fell down to the ground while still pulling the trigger on his rifle. Akira quickly shifted his focus toward the last man there. When Akira was about to pull the trigger, Akira saw what that man was doing and stopped. That man had both of his hands up with his rifle. Akira thought for a bit before curtly saying, "No." Akira let go of the man he was grabbing and delivered a kick to the last man there. It was a single kick that was enough to knock that man unconscious, as he fell down like a puppet cut off from its threads. After confirming that all the enemies there were either unconscious or dead, Akira let out a sigh. "That's 4 down, how many more was it again?" Alpha smiled and calmly answered that question. "There's 4 more left. Don't drop your guard yet." "I know, should I take the initiative here?" "Don't worry, they're coming here themselves, so let's wait here to welcome them." Alpha suddenly stopped smiling. Akira, who noticed that, immediately heightened his senses. "Alpha! Akira! You need to swap your rifle." And with that, Akira changed his equipment. The other 4 men were left waiting outside since Cheryl did not want to have them all inside at the same time. They were waiting next to the back entrance of Cheryl's base. One of them, Zalmo, received a call from their friends and swiftly replied, "All right then, we'll head there now." Zalmo closed the call and sent a glance at the other 3 men. The other 3 men only replied with a nod and put on their helmet that they did not use from the beginning in order to lower Cheryl's men's guard. Of course, Cheryl could not afford to let her guest wait outside without anyone to accompany them. The young boy, whom Cheryl stationed there to accompany them as well as to stand guard there, noticed that change and was about to ask those men a question. "What dash?" That young boy was about to ask what was wrong, but before he could finish it, Zalmo pulled out his rifle in one fluid move, aimed it at that young boy and pulled the trigger. The bullet ripped through that boy's torso. The armor that boy was using was nothing more but fake armor. It had no defensive power against a real bullet. The bullet also destroyed the boy's important communication device. He then fell down and died. Zalmo did not show any feeling even after he killed someone. His expression did not change at all as he gave an order to the other 3 men. "Let's go." Zalmo kicked the door open and stormed into the base. Since they already knew beforehand the room that they were aiming for, they went through the base straight for that room. Just to be safe, they released some shots to the places where someone might be hiding on their way there. Bullets flew around inside the base, destroying walls and furniture. Bullets flew right at Zalmo and his men from deep inside the base. Although those bullets hit them, they did not have any effect on Zalmo and his men. The people who shot those bullets noticed that. Those men then aimed their rifles in the direction where those bullets came and released a barrage of shots. With that, the resistance from Cheryl's men stopped. The scream of Cheryl's men could be heard echoing inside the base. But for Zalmo and his men, it was nothing but meaningless noise. Zalmo and his men arrived in front of the door of the room that they were aiming for without much trouble. Zalmo sent a glance to his men, telling them to break in, but right before they did that, a barrage of bullets pierced the wall and the door and rained on them. On the other side of that door, Akira had A2D and AH assault rifles on both of his hands aimed at the door. Thanks to his enhanced vision from Alpha's support, he was able to completely see what Zalmo and his men were doing. Akira used the power of his augmented suit to help him hold both of his rifles at the same time as he kept shooting at the door. Once the door was shredded to pieces, Akira finally stopped. He could see Zalmo and his on the other side of the door. It seemed that they took the barrage pretty much head-on. One of them was blown all the way to the other side of the wall. The bullets from Akira's barrage pierced through his augmented suit and created holes on that man's body. The blood splatter from those holes dyed the wall red. When Akira stopped shooting, the force keeping that man on that wall was finally gone and that man fell to the ground. The blood flowing out from that man created a pool around his body. The other three were still standing after Akira finished the barrage, but only one of them was still conscious, Zalmo. He looked at Akira and somehow smiled amusedly. Those were armor-piercing bullets, right? It's not the type of bullet that you would use to fight other people, you know? Look at the result here. There are things that are okay and there are things that are not okay to do even when it comes to killing other people, you know? Or is it that you already don't have any sense of humanity left? You're so awful. Akira followed Alpha's instruction to exchange the normal magazine for armor-piercing magazine. It was a type of bullet designed to fight mechanical monsters, not fellow humans. But Akira just looked back coldly at Zalmo and said, "I don't want to hear that from someone who used their friends as a shield." Among all the three people standing in front of Akira, Zalmo was the only one who was still alive. When Akira released that barrage, Zalmo grabbed the other two people next to him and pulled them to shield him. Their augmented suit and flesh were enough to protect him from Akira's bullets. The bullets shred the other two men beyond recognition, but in exchange for that, Zalmo was uninjured. Zalmo replied with a smirk. No, this is one of those important sacrifices thingy. If both of them did not shield me, all of us would have died by now. So it was an unavoidable sacrifice to escape the worst possibility. It's better to have one person alive rather than having 0 people alive, right? Do you get that now? The other two that Zalmo used as his shields were riddled with bullets. Their augmented suits, helmets, and bodies were shredded beyond recognition. Their limbs that were somehow still dangling by a few strands of muscles swayed left and right before eventually falling to the ground. Zalmo, who noticed that, just threw both of them to the ground. Their shredded bodies fell over and splashed the pool of blood below them. Zalmo spotted the other 4 men that went in ahead already lying on the ground. "So you defeated the other 4 alone, huh? That's pretty amazing, not to mention that all of them seem to be still alive. That's pretty merciful of you. I really hope you would have been that merciful to us too, you know? So why wouldn't you be that kind to us?" Akira replied with a grim face. "It's because even what happened just now was not enough to kill all of you. I don't have any leeway to hold back against someone that strong." "Oh, so it's basically my fault for being too strong and I got them roped in my situation, huh? That's really regrettable. I feel really bad for them." It was obvious that Zalmo was lying. He was trying to act unperturbed by what just happened as he assessed his situation. "All the men that went in first are alive, they're not bleeding. There are some spots in their augmented suit indicating that they got shot. Some of them have their helmets bent. CQC, huh? There's a good chance that they're knocked unconscious with gunshots too. So why did he use armor-piercing ammo instead of normal ammo against us? Is it because he noticed that normal bullet has almost no effect on the men that we sent in ahead, so he changed to ammo with better firepower?" Zalmo tried to remember what Akira said to him, and tried to match them with Akira's expression when he said that. No, that's not right. He noticed that he could defeat the men that we sent in ahead only with CQC and normal bullets. That's why he spared them. But our hard armor is too durable for his normal ammo. That's why he decided to change ammo. But why did he make that decision? Did he interrogate one of them before we came here? No, there was not much time gap between when they went in first until we arrived here, so that's just impossible. Did the info about our surprise attack somehow get leaked out? No, that's not right too. If that's really the case, they would have made more preparations to fight us back, and that doesn't seem to be the case here. I really have no idea, this boy is really strange. Zalmo still looked relaxed while carefully watching for Akira's movements. To Zalmo, Akira did not seem that strong, but it was true that he had already defeated 7 of his men, all alone by himself. But even so, that was not enough of a reason for Zalmo to get alerted. After all, it was not a hard thing to do. Akira noticed that Zalmo did not show any emotion at all even after seeing all of his men down. It made Akira be much more careful of Zalmo. Both of them faced each other ready to fight. Rebuild World Chapter 145 Arrogance and Choices. Zalmo slowly moved his hands to block the spot where Akira was aiming his rifles. He then smiled rather smugly and said, "Those rifles are both empty, right? I bet you've used all the ammo in that barrage in order to kill us. But then, that was not enough to kill me. Although you're aiming them at me, it's nothing but a bluff to keep me away, right? I bet bullets won't come out even if you pull the trigger." Akira's expression did not change at all. I wonder now, I might have left some ammo inside. Who would give such a vague answer? If they still have some ammo in, you could have just told me so. To be honest, my augmented suit is not strong enough to defend myself from armor-piercing ammo. That's why I used those 2 men as shields. Then why did you throw them away? Of course, it's so that they won't slow me down when I try to evade the bullets. They're all already riddled with holes. There's no meaning in using them as shields anymore. That's why it's better to keep my feet light, no? Zalmo slowly but surely walked toward Akira, who walked backwards with Zalmo's every step. Zalmo smiled confidently. What's wrong? You won't shoot? You still have some ammo left, right? Or is that you're afraid you won't be able to hit me from this distance? Akira still had the same expression as he replied. I'm still looking for an opening. If you can predict when I pull the trigger, you'll be able to evade. I don't have much ammo left, so I can't do indiscriminate shooting. I have to make sure to kill you with my shot. Zalmo was still approaching Akira slowly, and Akira was also walking backwards equally slowly. Both of them eventually reached the middle of the room. This time it was Akira who threw a question to Zalmo. How about you? You're not going to use your rifle? You could have run away, hid somewhere, and readied your rifle when you still had your shields, no? Actually, you destroyed my rifle during that barrage just now. There was some leftover destroyed rifle back then, right? If I had tried to run away back then, you would have reloaded a new magazine in your rifle and used it to shoot at me. There's nowhere for me to hide in the middle of the hallway, so that would have been a very bad decision. Shouldn't you keep it a secret about your broken rifle? If I thought that you would shoot back, I wouldn't immediately choose to chase you, right? You could have noticed that only by looking at my destroyed rifle. It's easy to notice that on the ground after all. I know that you want to keep your distance from me, but just so that won't work. The tension between them heightened. Both of them kept their eyes on each other as not to miss even the slightest move. The critical point was close. Akira once again threw a question. You look pretty strong, honestly. I don't want to die. If I tell you that I don't mind letting you go, what are you going to do? Well, I don't want to die either, so I'll thankfully take that offer. So, can you put down your rifle so I can feel safe leaving this place? No. They're just empty rifles anyway, right? There won't be much difference even if you put them down. Like I said, they're not empty. Zalmo stopped pressing forward, so Akira also stopped walking backwards. Both of them understood that the fight would start soon. Zalmo suddenly dashed toward Akira. He decided not to run to his left nor right, but straight at Akira. Akira fixed his aim at Zalmo. If his rifles were really not empty, Zalmo would not be able to evade his shots. Akira pulled the trigger on both of his rifles. Bullets flew straight out from both barrels. Back then during the barrage, Alpha stopped Akira midway to leave some bullets in the magazine when it looked like he had used up all of his ammo. Akira was not bluffing, just like what Zalmo thought. Zalmo fully predicted that both of Akira's rifles still had some bullets left. When bullets flew out from their muzzles, Zalmo had accurately predicted their trajectories. He quickly raised both of his hands as if to block those bullets. Then at the next moment a bright light flashed. The force field armor changed the kinetic energy of the bullets into photons. Both of Zalmo's arms were equipped with portable force field armor. The smaller the force field armor area of effect, the shorter its duration, the stronger it became. Since Zalmo only deployed the force field armor on a small area just enough to block the incoming bullets, it was enough to completely kill the momentum of the incoming bullets. The blinding flashing light from Zalmo's force field armor made Akira flinch for a split second. But that was enough for Zalmo to close their distance as he released a kick aimed at Akira's head. Akira was not using anything on his head. A clean hit of Zalmo's kick would send his head flying. Akira looked completely surprised by Zalmo's force field armor. His expression showed his shock and he was unable to react for the time being. Zalmo noticed that and was sure that it was his victory. Got him. But Zalmo's kick cleanly cut through the air. Akira was able to quickly duck as if his body was sucked in and evade Zalmo's kick. Akira was down low right in front of Zalmo. He then released a swift kick as if to sweep Zalmo's leg off the ground. But Zalmo lightly jumped off and evaded Akira's sweep, while at the same time, he brought down his other leg that was still dangling in front of him to Akira's head. Akira quickly rolled back and stood up. The short exchange ended there. Akira and Zalmo returned to their initial position. Akira had already thrown away his rifle in the middle of that short exchange. He was now unarmed. Akira lightly tightened his fist and readied his stance. In reaction to that, Zalmo stretched his hand and also readied his stance. Zalmo then said to Akira mockingly, "Geez, you're no fun at all. You really shot someone who jumped straight at you thinking that you have no ammo left. Could you get surprised even for a bit? I'm sure you didn't expect I was able to block them, right? Are you actually a machine or something?" In contrast to Zalmo, Akira had a grim expression when he replied, "Didn't I tell you that I have no leeway for something like that? Or did you already forget about it?" Zalmo was still looking mockingly at Akira, but it quickly changed to a relaxed smile as if he was looking down at Akira. "Well, that doesn't really matter, it should take effect anytime soon." Zalmo had an accelerator drug ready inside his body. It was set so that he could use accelerator drug anytime only by sending the command using his mind. It was a slow-reacting accelerator drug that had a strong effect. Once it was in effect, the drug would significantly boost his focus and perception, thus slowing down the passage of time from his point of view while keeping his disposition calm. Zalmo already activated the accelerator drug. The silly talk with Akira was only to buy some time until the drug took effect. Zalmo could feel the drug had already taken effect for real. He lightly smirked and said, "Die." With that signal, Akira and Zalmo stopped talking and restarted the fight. Akira and Zalmo used the full force of their enhanced strength to fight each other, releasing a flurry of attacks with their arms and legs to the vital points of their respective opponent. Zalmo had superb reaction time thanks to the accelerator drug, while Akira had his time compression from his sheer willpower, as well as Alpha's support to move his augmented suit. They were fighting at a speed that no normal human could follow. A single clean hit was all it needed to kill their opponent. They were continuously throwing attacks at each other while evading the attacks coming at them. It was as if both of them had made prearrangement beforehand. Both of them prioritized evading and did not even try to block the attacks. After all, it was hard to judge how powerful an attack with the enhanced strength of the augmented suit was. If they made a blunder trying to block an attack, it might easily tear their limbs. That was why they had no other choice but to evade. Akira gritted his teeth. He looked like he was having a hard time. Too fast. Although it already took all of me to match the movement of my augmented suit that Alpha is controlling, he is still able to properly react to it. He did say something taking effect though. Is it an accelerator drug? How long before his accelerator drug loses its effect? Can I survive until then? Thanks to Akira's time compression, he managed to follow the movement of his augmented suit. By following the movement of his augmented suit during a high-speed fight, he was able to significantly reduce the burden on his body. But he could not maintain his time compression for long. Prolonged use of time compression would assault his brain with information and render his brain fatigued. The moment that happened, his body would be paralyzed. Moreover, there was a limit on how fast he could move his body. The faster the movement, the bigger the burden on his body. Akira's physical and psychical limits were coming close. The only thing that he could do in that situation was to do everything he could to end the fight before he hit his limit. But even so, after he exerted everything that he had, he was not able to get the upper hand. As a matter of fact, he was at the disadvantage there. Damn it! Why is someone this strong aiming for this shop? If he's this strong, he could have aimed for a better shop with better guards. Is it because of my bad luck? God damn it. I'm really unlucky, right? Akira continued fighting while cursing on the back of his mind. Zelmo drove a straight kick on Akira's body. Akira saw it as a good chance. It would be hard for Zelmo to keep his distance close after releasing that kick. If Akira could open some distance, he should be able to grab his rifle and reload a new magazine. He might even be able to use his CWH anti-material rifle, which needed him more time to take aim due to its weight. Akira jumped backwards. Zelmo's kick did not hit anything and he lost his balance. Although it was only for a split second, he was not able to chase Akira. Akira thought that he already had that fight in his bag. So he jumped back, opened a space between them, and tried to aim his CWH anti-material rifle at Zelmo. Akira saw Zelmo still with his balance off, but he noticed something and his eyes went wide. Zelmo still had not recovered his balance, but he had his rifle that he said got destroyed aimed at Akira. Akira's augmented suit moved on its own. He stopped trying to aim his CWH anti-material rifle and grabbed the anti-bullet sheet next to him. He then pulled it to block Zelmo's line of fire. Zelmo released a barrage at Akira. Countless bullets pierced through the anti-bullet sheet and hit Akira's body. Thanks to the sheet killing most of the bullet's momentum, it did not damage Akira much, but it was enough to blow him back. Akira was smacked to the ground. Zelmo did not stop shooting, so Akira hurriedly hid behind a display nearest to him. Akira complained while hiding himself from the bullets. Didn't you say your rifle got destroyed? Zelmo recovered his balance and smirked. Sorry, my mistake. Zelmo's rifle was not destroyed yet. Although it was damaged, it was still functional. Zelmo shot randomly in Akira's direction. The displays were covered with a defensive sheet, but they were not that durable. Akira rolled on the ground from one cover to another, avoiding Zelmo's barrage. Akira's expression was grim. He understood that he was getting cornered. Alpha, can we do something about it? It would be bad if this continues. I'm hitting my limit soon. Akira was in a rather dire situation. He looked pretty desperate thinking of a way to get out of that situation, but in contrast to that, Alpha replied casually as if it was nothing to worry about. Is that so? In that case, how about we just go ahead and kill him? Oh, eh. Akira was dumbfounded. He could not help but express his surprise. It might be a little bit dangerous, but hang on, okay? All right. Akira still hadn't fully shaken off his surprise, while Alpha was smiling just like usual. Zelmo kept on shooting at Akira, who was moving around. He looked like he was having an easy time there. But he found something suspicious, so he heightened his guard. That guy adapts perfectly again. I know he thought that he already won this fight when he jumped back from my kick. That expression was not a lie. He did not expect me to shoot back. There's no mistaking it that he was lured into my trap. So how? Is it because he has a good reflex? Zelmo reloaded a new magazine. Right when he did that, Akira used his CWH anti-material rifle from behind a cover and hit Zelmo. But Zelmo had expected that to happen. He raised one of his arms to block the bullet. Zelmo knew that Akira released a shot from the sound, so he immediately activated his force field armor. The bullet hit his palm and a flash of blinding light filled the room. He immediately shot back at Akira, but Akira already relocated himself behind another cover. Zelmo then shouted, "Do you really think that it'll work with that rifle?" Unfortunately, that wasn't good enough. Zelmo smiled full of confidence, but deep inside, he was becoming warier of Akira. Akira had moved according to Alpha's instruction, but he still was not able to defeat Zelmo. He then asked Alpha with a grim face, "Alpha, that one didn't work." But Alpha was still smiling like usual. She did not seem perturbed at all. "Don't worry, I was able to gather a lot of data from that shot. The next one will end this fight." Akira, you'll have to do something pretty dangerous, are you ready? Ready when you are. The reason why Zalmo did not take cover like Akira was because he had confidence in the force field armor on both of his arms. Zalmo did not doubt that he had the upper hand, but even so, he did not lower his guard at all. He kept shooting at the display shelves and the sheets hanging from the ceiling, looking for Akira. I don't think I can hit him like this. Does he know where I'm aiming? It seems that those sheets are not only for blocking bullets but can also be used as information-gathering devices, huh? I thought that both of us can't use our information-gathering device to ascertain each other's location, but I guess that's not the case. But if that's true, then why won't he shoot from behind the sheet? Is it because that will reveal his location? Or is it that I'm overthinking this? Zalmo reloaded his rifle again, and just like last time, Akira jumped out from behind the cover. It seemed that Akira really knew what Zalmo was doing. Zalmo thought so as he put up his arm to block the incoming bullets. Since Zalmo had predicted that Akira would shoot, he was taken aback when he noticed that Akira was not aiming at him. Akira had his CWH anti-material rifle pointing. He was holding it with one hand as if he was holding a sword straight forward. Then at the next moment, Akira's CWH anti-material rifle suddenly turned. A loud bang echoed quickly, followed by a flash of light. Since Akira shot his CWH anti-material rifle without the proper support, the kickback destroyed the bone on his right arm. His augmented suit immediately stopped working on his broken arm. At least, for the length of this battle, Akira would not be able to use his right arm anymore. He had lost one of his arms. But in exchange for that, Akira's shot blew Zalmo's right arm off. The mechanical parts that were scattered on the ground were all the leftover from Zalmo's right arm. Both of them had lost one arm now. Akira and Zalmo stood facing each other. Akira had his CWH anti-material rifle on his left arm aimed at Zalmo. Zalmo extended his left hand to block Akira's line of fire. Both of them seemed to be desperate as they locked gazes. The first one to move was Zalmo. Zalmo laughed lightly and said, "I have no idea where you learnt that from, but just so you know, that's not how you use a rifle. You lost your arm from that shot, didn't you? Well, you took one of my arms too, so I guess it's even, huh? But still, I know that you did that to prevent me from predicting where you'll shoot, but it's pretty amazing for you to even think of trying to do that. Thanks to that, I had no other choice but to expand the area of my force field armor and reduce its power. But it's still better than losing my head or having a hole in my body. But again, I didn't expect you would hit your shot, you know? Not bad at all. That is, if that was your real skill." Zalmo smiled provokingly. Akira frowned and replied, "What do you mean?" Zalmo casually replied, "You have someone else controlling your augmented suit, right?" Akira's face froze. Seeing that, Zalmo knew that he was correct. He then mockingly said to Akira, "Haha, I knew it. I had my suspicion since you can immediately adapt well to what happened even though you don't look that strong. Now I know exactly why. There's no way a normal hunter can execute that shot, haha, you overdid it there." Akira had a stern face. He then said as if he was putting up a brave front, "Even if that's true, does that help you win this fight? Once I know the trick, I can think of a way to fight back. For example, just like this." When he said that, Zalmo immediately jumped back. Akira was about to shoot at the running Zalmo, but he noticed that Zalmo dropped something that looked like a hand grenade, so Akira immediately moved away from it. The hand grenade-looking object immediately filled the area with smoke. Alpha then explained to Akira, "Akira, it's jamming smoke. It looks thin but it's pretty strong." "I see, leaving that aside, that shot was not enough to kill him though. Did you predict this too? Moreover, he discovered that I'm receiving your support, and he said that he knows a way to cut it off. Are you sure we're going to be okay?" "It'll be fine. Since he used a jamming smoke, I can pretty much guess what he's thinking. One thing that I can tell you is that he made a wrong guess. We just need to end him off after he does whatever he has in mind. The fight has basically been decided from what happened just now. The next move will really be the last. Get ready, he's coming." Alpha warned Akira about Zalmo. He saw Zalmo running in his direction. Akira aimed his CWH anti-material rifle with his left arm. Zalmo raised his left arm in order to block it. Zalmo smiled. He thought that he had won the fight. Akira pulled the trigger and a gunshot echoed through the room. Everything was the same just like last time until that point, but unlike last time there was no flash of light. The bullet that flew out from Akira's CWH anti-material rifle left a big hole on Zalmo's body. Zalmo was so surprised by that sudden turn of events. No way. It was G3 level jamming smoke that'll even block close-range communication, you know? So how in the world he can still move his augmented suit? The jamming smoke that Zalmo used was not for blocking information-gathering devices, but it was to block the augmented suit's remote controlling. Zalmo thought that someone outside the room was controlling Akira's augmented suit. It was impossible to calculate Akira's movement using the small control device usually installed in augmented suits, but that was not the case for a powerful special control device that was usually installed in a room or in a vehicle. There was an illusion with using an augmented suit. Most people thought that anyone could fight veteran soldiers only by using an augmented suit. That was nothing more than a foolish assumption, but a lot of companies did a lot of research and development in order to get closer to that dream. Zalmo thought that room was a room for that kind of experiment where some company pitted a slum child with that type of augmented suit against Zalmo's men. The relic shop was nothing more than just an excuse. If that small boy can repel Zalmo and his men, it would be a good advertisement for that company. The rumor that there were relics in that shop worth reselling. The rumor of the powerful young hunters that spread around lately. The fact that Akira did not seem that strong from the outside. All of these reasons caused Zalmo to make that guess. In that case, if he could cut the connection to Akira's augmented suit, Akira would turn to just your normal slum boy. It would pose no problem to kill him. Zalmo thought so. But that assumption was the very reason why Zalmo lost that fight. Before Akira pulled the trigger, Alpha slightly changed his aim. Although it was a slight aim change, it put Akira's left arm in immense burden and Zalmo could not react fast enough to that. It was all just acting then? It was all to fool me? Zalmo's guess was almost correct and that truth caused him to get even more surprised. Zalmo could see Akira standing in front of him holding CWH anti-material rifle that was already aimed at his head. He knew that he had zero chance of evading that, but that did not fill his heart with fear. At the least it made him feel a bit cornered. The person who was in front of him was way stronger than he expected judging from Akira's outlook. Zalmo needed to warn his friends about that, but unfortunately, his communication device was already destroyed. This boy might get in our way. I have to tell my brothers about this. The result of this investigation. Before Zalmo could finish his thought, Akira released a shot that tore Zalmo's head open. Zalmo's train of thought stopped in an instant as his headless cyborg body fell to the ground with a bang. Alpha smiled and complimented Akira. Good job. That's the end, it's all right now. Akira released the tension in him and sighed. That wasn't easy at all. Why is someone that strong aiming for this shop? Well, you can't ask him now that he's dead. So let's just ask the people that you tried your best to leave alive. They might know something. Tried my best to leave them alive, huh? Akira looked at the people who were left alive through his hard work. The result of trying to spare them was that difficult battle. I guess I was too arrogant, huh? There were a few things that Akira could not just shake off from what just happened. He regretted the choice that he made. Being unable to make any other choice but the easiest one was proof of weakness. Whether it was of a good deed or a bad deed, helping or robbing, the one who had the freedom to decide was the stronger one. The one who was helped and the one who was robbed, they had no choice in that matter. Up until now, Akira was always on the receiving end, the one who had no choice. Akira tried to be the one who made the decision, he tried to go to the other side, and just now he was shown the price of it. Alpha tried to cheer Akira up with a smile and said, "If you really think so, then you need to grow strong enough so that it would be out of leeway rather than arrogance. That way you'll be able to make your choice when it really matters. To be honest, I think it's okay to think that it was out of leeway for the 4 people that you spared, you know? For the other 4, unfortunately, that would be arrogance." Akira smiled wryly. "I see, well, if you say so, then I guess it means I've grown stronger compared to before." Akira still did not have the option to make his own choice. He was still not strong enough to do so. But he was able to keep 4 men alive. It was better than having all 8 of them dead. He was at least able to get closer to another choice other than killing everyone in order to protect himself. Rebuild World Chapter 146, Cleaning Up the Aftermath. Cheryl, Akira, and some of Cheryl's gang members gathered inside a room in the gang's base. There were leftovers of battles scattered all around the places inside the room. After Akira killed the attackers, the gang finally calmed down. Cheryl had a grave expression as she asked a question to her men. How are the casualties? Alicia also had the same grave expression. 5 people dead, many are injured. I'm not even sure whether Ario can be saved or not. I see. Take the wounded to the clinic. If they ask you about the payment, just bring out mine and Katsuragi's name. They should give you decent care after that. Okay. Akira was taking care of his own wounds while he overheard Cheryl's conversation. He checked his medicine reserve and called Alicia. He then lightly threw a box of medicine that was still pretty much full. Alicia looked at the medicine box in her hand and was surprised. She knew that it was one of those 2 million orum per box medicine. She also knew that Akira was telling her to use that for Cheryl's men, but when she thought about how much it cost, she could not help but hesitate. Akira thought for a bit while making a rather sad face before saying to Alicia, I'll just put it on Cheryl's tab. No one could have seen this coming, so don't worry, I'll give a big discount. Cheryl smiled at Alicia as if to calm her down and said, It's okay to use everything, so hurry up, before it's too late. Alicia looked at Akira and Cheryl and lightly bowed, then rushed out of the room. Cheryl then bowed to Akira and thanked him. Thank you very much. It should be able to save a lot of souls. So, how much is it? Although I'm not sure when I can pay it, I will definitely pay for it eventually. Just pay me with anything. I said that to make them think that it isn't free. After all, although I know that you guys don't have money, it would be troublesome if you guys start leeching off me. I understand. I'll take up on your generous offer then. Cheryl bowed deeply one more time to Akira. Akira then continued tending on his wound. He swallowed several pills of medicine and straightened up his broken bone while the painkiller was still active. He then took off his augmented suit and applied the paste-type medicine on his skin that got peeled off due to the friction with his augmented suit. Although the painkiller was still active, he could feel pain when he was applying the paste on his exposed flesh, but he just gritted his teeth and continued tending his wounds. He seemed to be already so used to it as he covered his wound with bandages before putting his augmented suit back on. Akira then lightly moved his arm to check his broken arm, but he felt something was not right. My arm doesn't feel right though. Is this because of that crazy thing that I did? But Alpha then said to Akira with a serious expression, I have bad news regarding that subject. What? Is there something wrong with my arm? I knew that it would be bad, so I took a rather large amount of medicine though. Wasn't it good enough? For your body, it will recover just fine after a short rest. I'm talking about the damage to your augmented suit. It was already in a bad shape before, but after that fight, its condition has considerably worsened. Some of its parts are broken, so to make sure that it's still functional, I've changed some of its parts from nerve transmitter type to movement sync type. But due to that, those particular parts can only move slower than usual. My augmented suit is in such a bad shape. Well, you got eaten by a monster, ran down a building's wall, got shot, used its full power back in Saranthal building, and so many other things. It's in a pretty rough shape right now. Akira thought and remembered everything that had happened. It was true that he had been using his augmented suit pretty crudely, so there was no surprise that it finally broke. He then asked Alpha, It's not like I lost your support, right? Yup. It's because of the damage on your augmented suit, so it's not like you lose my support. Akira seemed relieved, but Alpha then warned him. But it doesn't change the fact that its ability has been significantly lowered. So you can't do any crazy moves like that again until you get a new augmented suit. It's fine. I'm planning to stay inside the city until my new equipment arrives anyway, so I'll just take it easy for the time being. Akira finished tending his wounds, put back his augmented suit, and took his rifles back to his shoulder. Although he was still not in his tip-top shape, he was ready to fight again. As a matter of fact, he had returned to his usual state of mind where he was ready to fight anytime. So now he shifted his focus to the men that he had been ignoring until now, the attackers that he had knocked unconscious before. Sorry for the wait, so, Let's hear your explanation now. They were stripped naked off all of their equipment and their hands were tied tightly with the anti-bullet sheet. All of them were already awake and they were looking at Akira with a grim face. They already understood the situation that they were in, but they did not panic and they looked completely calm. Not too far from them, there were 4 corpses of their friends lying, killed by Akira. Those were kept there to scare the attackers that Akira spared. They thought that Akira might see some worth in sparing them since he did not kill them yet. As they thought so, they believed that they had a chance for negotiation. Other than the attackers, there were also Akira, Cheryl, and some of Cheryl's men inside the room. Cheryl's men were glaring at the attackers, but that did not scare them at all. The one person that they needed to negotiate with was Akira, so there was no need to pay attention to other people. They at least knew that much. And since Akira was just a boy, they hoped that they could find some openings that they could take advantage of. One of the attackers cautiously spoke to Akira. "If we tell you everything, will you spare us?" Akira replied casually. There was no intimidation in his voice. "One thing for sure, I'll kill you if you don't. But don't worry, I don't like torturing people, so I'll give you a swift death. After all, if you won't tell me anything even if you're dead, then you're better off dead." There was no killing intent or a sense of threat from his voice, but the attackers understood very well that Akira was being serious. "Alright, what do you want to know?" "Right, for the starter, why did you attack this place?" Akira and Cheryl tried to extract as much information as possible regarding the current incident. To put it simply, the reason why the attackers attacked Cheryl's base was because they were in need of money. So they decided to attack a shop that seemed to have expensive goods but weak security. That kind of reasoning was common in the slum city. So after gathering information, they ended up choosing Cheryl's base to rob. Among the information that they gathered, it included the information about the hunter that was protecting Cheryl's base. It particularly said that the hunter protecting Cheryl's base was a weak hunter who got his wallet stolen, and when the pickpocket's friend scared him, that hunter pulled back and ran away. It must have been the information that those men received from the same information broker, who gave the same information to some pickpocket that Akira had been encountering lately. The moment that subject surfaced, Akira's mood immediately worsened. But he was somehow able to keep his calm. The attackers were really frightened when that happened, but Akira did not give a shit about that. There was still one thing that Akira and Cheryl could not understand. It was how they knew that there were expensive articles in Cheryl's shop and who bought that article. Unfortunately, the one who told them that was already dead. To be more precise, Akira killed that guy. That person was Zalmo. According to them, Zalmo joined their group before they knew it and he brought all kinds of information to the group. He was also the one who prepared the fencer to sell the relics that they would rob. Among the attackers that Akira spared, it seemed that none of them knew Zalmo well. Akira found that weird, but since it was impossible for him to defeat Zalmo without killing him, Akira thought that it could not be helped and decided not to question the attackers that he spared further about that subject. He did not think that they were lying and Alpha agreed with him. After listening to their explanations, Akira looked at those men pitifully and mumbled, "What can I say? It's really important to get the correct information, huh?" Cheryl agreed with him as she said, "That's right. As far as I can get from their explanation, it seems like they were tempted by rumor, or more like tricked by fake information. I guess that's the gist of it. It's really troublesome." According to those men, after gathering all kinds of information, they concluded that there was a few million orum worth of articles in Cheryl's shop, and the owner of that shop did not know that and the shop was guarded by a weak hunter. If that was true, it was only to be expected for strong people like Zalmo to try to rob that place. Akira could understand that reasoning. Akira and Cheryl explained to them that they were mistaken, but they could not believe that because of Cheryl's dress. Cheryl's dress was an expensive old-world relic that even got refitted. It was enough as proof to cement those men's misunderstanding. It made them think that Cheryl must be earning a lot of profit enough to get her that dress. But when Akira and Cheryl told them that she only got that dress as a gift from Akira, her lover, rather than from the profit of running the shop, those men were so embarrassed that they hung their heads low. It was not rare for hunters who were earning a healthy amount of money to buy their lovers expensive things out of their own money to express their pride in their abilities. Those men finally understood that the truth was the exact opposite of what they were expecting. Rather than a rich shop with a weak guard, it was a cheap shop with a strong guard. They hung their head low the moment they realized that. Seeing them acting like that, Akira and Cheryl looked exasperatedly at them. Although Akira and Cheryl felt sorry for them, it did not change the fact that they attacked the shop. Akira then changed the mood and asked those men a question. That's all I have to ask. So then, regarding what we are going to do with you next, you can either pay us money or die. Which one you want to pick? If you'd rather die, don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. As I said, I have no plans to torture any of you. Those men looked at each other. One of them then scaredly asked Akira, how much should we pay? Oh, you're going to let us decide? Well, how about 10 billion orum each? The moment Akira said that, those men were dumbfounded. One of them flared up and shouted at Akira, are you fucking kidding me? There's no way we can pay that much money. Then how much can you pay us? Just to remind you, you guys did shoot at me fully intending to kill me, so I'm being nice to you to let you off the hook only with that much money. If you can't give me a good offer, I'll just kill you here and that will be the end of it. Those men shivered to Akira's declaration. There were already 4 unrecognizable dead bodies next to them, showing just how serious Akira was. If they could not give a good offer, he would not hesitate to add them to those dead bodies. Another one of them shifted his gaze to Cheryl and begged, hey, are you really okay with that? There's no good thing that you can get from being greedy, you know? And it's not like you can get any money if you kill us, right? That man thought that it should be easier to talk with Cheryl rather than with Akira. But Cheryl just smiled and replied, I don't really mind, you can go ahead and die. Ha! If Akira decides so, I have no wish to stop him. Why, you're the boss in this gang, right? He's just your guard, isn't it? Yep, but this and that are 2 different things. Not to mention that you guys killed some of my men too, so I have no reason to stop him. But the guy who killed your men is already dead over there, isn't it? We didn't kill any of your men. That's exactly why we're willing to let you solve this incident with money. Cheryl told them to die with a smile on her face. She knew that Akira would not be satisfied with a small amount of money, and she knew well that those men could not pay the amount of money that Akira demanded of them. That was why she told them to die. Those men had run out of moves that they could make. One of them then said with a pale face, wait, you won't get anything if you kill us, right? And you already killed enough people to scare us. So just think about it, it might be a good idea to let us live and get some profit out of that. Akira swiftly replied, I know, so, how much are you going to pay? That man hesitatingly replied back, 1,000,000 orum. After hearing that, Akira looked at Cheryl without saying anything. Cheryl reacted by shaking her head. So Akira replied to that man in place of her, not good enough. 1,500,000 orum then. Akira looked at Cheryl again, and she shook her head again. Cheryl thought that Akira was trying to bring that price as high as possible, so she had no plans to nod. Akira once again replied to that man, still not good enough. And also, I don't mind if you want to keep increasing your offer, but also tell me how you are going to pay for it. After all, it's not like we can accept it if you're planning to pay 10 million orum in a 100 years installment, right? Those men immediately closed their mouths. If Akira demanded them to also tell him how they would pay for it, it really limited their options. Since no one said anything, Akira then continued, well, if you won't say anything, I'll assume that you chose death, okay? Or is it that you want to pay but you're still thinking of how to pay it? We were still thinking. But you'll pay, right? Oh, of course. Those men nodded. They knew that they would be dead otherwise. I see, in that case, wait for a bit. Akira opened his information terminal and made a call. The person that Akira was calling picked up the call. Akira, huh? What is it? Is it something profitable? It depends on your skill. Oh, it's profitable then. So what is it? It was Katsuragi. After listening to Akira's explanation, Katsuragi exasperatedly said, I see, I understand what's going on, so basically those people need money, right? But why do I have to lend them money? It's not like there's any need for you to lend them money. You do have some connections with some companies that handle this kind of thing, right? Well, I do, but even if I introduce them to those companies, I don't see how that can give me any profit. Are you telling me to get the referral bonus? My skill is in trading and not lending money. I specialize in trading hunter equipment, so this has nothing to do with my skill, right? Katsuragi sounded a bit annoyed, but Akira casually replied, all of that money might be used to pay for the equipment from you. After a short pause, Katsuragi had thought of all kinds of ways to get profit out of that transaction. So then he carefully asked, all of it? Yeah, all of it. Akira's answer was enough to convince Katsuragi, who replied back happily, if that's the case, then this might be an interesting offer. It's indeed a profitable subject related to my skill as a merchant. All right, then I'll handle the rest. So, what kind of equipment are you looking for? After all, I need to make sure what equipment you are going to buy from me. But still, you are finally interested in buying my goods, huh? No, it's not for me. It's for Cheryl and her gang. Cheryl's gang. Yeah, they need extra equipment. I want them to at least be able to defend themselves when I'm not around. As for the details, you can discuss it with Cheryl later. To be honest, Katsuragi wanted Akira to buy his stuff. A hunter like Akira who was earning a healthy amount of money would definitely contribute greatly to the shop's revenue. Judging by the fact that Akira bought a dozen of 2 million orum per box medicines only for his consumable item, it was to be expected for Akira to pay way more for his equipment. Katsuragi squeezed his brain every day to somehow find a way to make Akira his patron. But it did not change the fact that this deal would be big, so Katsuragi decided to prioritize the profit in front of him right now. Well, if it means that they'll buy some of my goods, then I guess that's fine too. I'll head there now, so wait for a bit, okay? All right. Akira was about to close the call when one of the attackers who heard that conversation immediately spoke up. Wait there. Are you going to sell us? Akira still had not closed the call when he said to that man, you did say that you want to pay, but you don't know how to pay, so I'm just helping you here. You just pay me with that money, then do your best to settle your debt with them. Isn't that the same as selling us? Even I know how those hunters who get caught in their debts end up. Like hell, I would accept that. I would rather choose death than take on that kind of debt. That man was shouting on top of his lungs. He knew well about the end that was waiting for hunters who had a huge amount of debt. When he imagined that end, he could not help but shout desperately. A gunshot echoed in the room. That man who was shouting just now fell limp on the ground and stopped moving. Akira shot that man, granting him his wish. Katsuragi's voice could be heard from Akira's information terminal. Whoa, Akira, what was that? He said that he would rather die than take on debt, so I killed him. I have no plans to force them to take that debt after all. Katsuragi clicked his tongue and annoyedly asked Akira, how many left? 3 people. Don't kill them. It's more profitable to keep them alive. Killing them will only cut my profit, you know. Good grief. I'll convince them myself, so don't kill them, alright? Alright. Akira then closed the call. 1 down, 3 were still alive, and those 3 were looking at Akira while trembling in terror. When Katsuragi arrived at Cheryl's base, he quickly got on with his work. He came there bringing quite a lot of people. Katsuragi was talking with Cheryl. They had a lot to talk about: the peace money, the equipment that Cheryl would buy with that money, the relics that got destroyed from the fight, the treatment for Cheryl's men that were wounded, and still a lot more. While on the other hand, Tomejima was talking with the attackers who were still alive about the loan. Tomejima was the guy from the moneylender company that Katsuragi brought. He felt a bit awkward when he saw Akira, but since Akira did not seem to mind him, Tomejima sighed in relief. The people that Tomejima brought with him were taking photos of the traces from the battle and were cleaning up the dead bodies. Akira was taking a break while looking at the people working in that room. That was when Colbert and Levin showed up. Colbert came there with Tomejima while Levin came with Katsuragi. Levin was putting the dead bodies in the body bags when he glanced at Akira. He then frowned and said to Colbert, Akira did all of this, right? That's what I heard. Don't stop your hands. We need to put the equipment in a different bag and properly gather the pieces of the cyborg guy. I know. Levin started gathering the pieces just like he was told to. He picked up pieces of a destroyed arm, chips that were still enveloped in brain juice, and other pieces that he could find and shoved them inside the body bag. He then suddenly voiced out his impression of the person who caused the scene in front of him. But still, it's 8 armed hunters against one, you know. So is it really true that he did this all by himself? That's what I heard. If I can't pay back my debt to Katsuragi, the very person who caused this will come to me to collect that debt. Huh. Levin looked at the dead bodies inside the body bags with a conflicted face. Katsuragi said that in the worst-case scenario he would ask Akira to collect that debt. If he got unlucky, that might be as soon as tomorrow. Colbert then made a suggestion to Levin. In that case, how about shifting all of that debt to the company that I'm working for? That way at least Akira would not come to collect your debt, you know? About that though, one good thing about Katsuragi is that he doesn't put any interest. So I have no need to worry about the interest, you see. Well, it's your debt, so it's up to you. Watching Levin, Colbert thought that it would still take some time until Levin paid all of his debt. Akira was only waiting there. Inside that room he looked bored. He thought that it would not be right to head back home alone, so he decided to stay there. Although, to be honest, he wanted to just go back home and get a good rest. He then mumbled, "It's not a good idea to head back home in this situation, isn't it?" Alpha replied to him, "Personally speaking, I think it's alright to go back home. After all, among all of them, you're the one who must be the most tired. There's no need to stay here just to accompany them. I'm sure it's alright if you tell them that you're tired after that fight. After all, it's not like it's a formal request where you got properly paid anyway, so I don't see any reason why any of them would complain." Is that so? But still. If it was the previous Akira, he would silently and apathetically head back home. But the present Akira was slowly but surely starting to change. From Alpha's point of view, it would be troublesome if Akira turned into a kind person. To put it simply, if he turned so kind to go as far as to cover a total stranger without showing any hesitation, it might cause big trouble for her goal. Even just now, Akira was giving the money that he could have to Cheryl's men for buying equipment. It was okay if he did that as an investment, but if he did that without expecting anything back, then there was a need for Alpha to warn him. So she casually asked him, "Say Akira, about the money that you're paying for the gang's equipment, is it okay if I think of it as debt?" Yeah, sure. Do you think that you can get some profit from lending that amount of money? Is that why you lent them money? Well, what can I say? Carol also did say that selling relics is actually pretty profitable, and judging from how Cheryl served the people who came here, it seems that the shop should do pretty well in the future. So I thought that there should be some profit that I can get back. By the way, why did you ask me that? Akira was only giving random excuses. It did not seem that he was expecting to get some profit from lending that money. Alpha smiled teasingly and said, "To be honest, if you ask for my opinion, I would rather have you prioritize your equipment for the sake of finishing my request as well as to compensate for your skill. But I have no plans to force you. Even if you say so, I actually don't want to buy any equipment from Katsuragi. I only did that since I know that he would not help me unless I did that. I already spent 400 million orum on equipment in Shizuka's shop. That should be good enough for now. Well, it should be fine. It's not like I can stay here forever to guard this place anyway, so just think of it as a small amount of money that I need to pay to take care of that problem. Don't worry, I will get something back from it if we're lucky. Well, putting my luck aside, Cheryl's luck at least doesn't seem bad. So I guess it should be okay to expect something good from it, right? Is that so? Well, if that's the case, then I'm fine with it too." Alpha decided that she needed to be more careful and keep reminding Akira regarding this small change of heart and his growing kindness, but she did not show that in her face at all. Rebuild World Chapter 147, Methods to Collect Debt. Alpha suddenly turned towards the direction of the door into the room. Akira noticed that and followed suit. There he saw Carol and Viola coming in. Other people also noticed Carol and Viola. Both of them scanned the room, talked to each other for a bit and separated off. Carol went to Akira while Viola went to Katsuragi. Carol walked all the way next to Akira and smiled at him. "I'm happy to see you again. What a coincidence, Akira. You're right, so why are you here? I just thought of killing some time talking with you. Are you busy right now? Nah, I'm not busy. That's good to hear. Akira was sitting on top of one of the displays originally used for the relics. Carol casually sat next to him. Carol was wearing a bodysuit for fighting. It had a more tame design compared to the old-world design augmented suit that she wore back in the Mihazono ruin. But even so, it still pronounced her body lines, so for those who were not used to it, she looked rather seductive. The fastener on her bodysuit was lowered so her cleavage was visible. The other people who were working there could not help but peek at that cleavage, but Carol did not mind them at all. Akira then warned Carol, I don't mind you sitting there. Just make sure not to break the display. Geez, I'm not that heavy. It's just that I had a fight here so the display might be damaged. I see, I'll be careful. By the way, my weight is a secret. If you want to know no matter what, I recommend holding me up while I have nothing on my body. Carol was smiling teasingly while Akira replied with a wry smile. No thanks. You're no fun. Carol smiled but seemed slightly disappointed. The room was painted here and there with blood. Empty cartridges were also scattered all over the floor, complete with scorch marks from the bullets too. It only showed how fierce the fight was. Carol looked one more time around the room. She then smiled as if the scene did not bother her at all and said, But still, it seems that you had a pretty hard fight here. Akira awkwardly replied, It's not my fault. Carol was a bit surprised by Akira's reaction. She thought that he was someone who was not bothered by something like that. Although she did not mean to blame him at all, her wordings there might have somehow triggered him. So in order to not worsen his mood even more, she tried to defend Akira. Well, it's true that it's the attacker's fault and not yours. Akira turned his face to Carol and looked slightly weirded out. He then noticed that she misunderstood his words, so he shook his head and said, That's not what I meant. The room was cleaner after the fights. It's because those people who came with Katsuragi dragged the dead bodies around and spread the blood, and used the sheets to mop the blood in the corridor, which made the fight seem gorier than it originally was. That's why it's not my fault that the room looks like this. But well, it's not like I was being careful to keep this room clean when I fought them either. Carol nodded. Oh, I see, these guys are pretty naughty. Naughty? Yep, it's just a small stupid trick, but it's enough to trick some people. Akira tilted his head in confusion. He still did not understand what Carol was referring to. When Carol noticed that, she smiled mischievously and asked Akira, Your face is saying that you don't understand. If you want to know, I can explain it to you, of course, that is if you don't mind me adding my guess there. Oh, please do. Akira was interested, so he nodded without much thinking. He was waiting for Carol to start explaining, but she did not say anything. She was only staring at Akira while smiling. Akira, who found that weird, frowned. That was when she said, If I ask for an information fee, what would you do? Information fee? Information is not free, you at least know that much, right? Well, yeah, I do. Akira only replied awkwardly. Carol, who saw that, enjoyed his reaction. From others' point of view, it might look like Carol was teasing Akira and enjoying his reaction. But Carol tried her best not to show her real intention out on her face as she was observing his reaction closely. Carol was trying to judge Akira's personality and his way of thinking from how he reacted to that, whether he took that seriously or he took that as a joke, or if he just laughed it off, or if he replied back trying to be considerate to her. If Akira seemed offended or angered or anything similar to that, she would immediately apologize and carefully start her explanation to make sure not to worsen his mood. Akira seemed to be thinking for a bit. Carol kept her eyes on him while waiting for his reaction. Akira hesitated for a bit, but he then said, Well, it's not like I want to know it that much anyway, so I'm okay not knowing it. Carol smiled bitterly. I was just joking, you're a pretty serious guy. I just don't like that kind of joke. Akira's reply was rather brusque. Carol understood Akira's character a bit more. She then smiled and apologetically said, I'm sorry, please don't be angry, but I'm really happy to know that you're that interested in me. As an apology, I'll properly explain it to you, so cheer up, okay? All right. Akira reluctantly nodded. It must be because he was interested in that subject and he thought that Carol was only teasing him. Carol was able to infer a lot of things from Akira's reaction. She then thought to herself, Akira doesn't seem to joke that much, huh? Or maybe is it that he doesn't like to joke around money? Judging from his reaction, it might be both. I need to be extra careful not to make bad jokes when I'm trying to seduce him. Carol did not show her thoughts on her face. She was still smiling like usual as she started her explanation. Katsuragi was trying to sell the attackers regardless of whether they were dead or alive, and he did not care whether they would be dead or alive in the near future. He wanted more than the peace money, so he planned to have them pay for the damages. As for the attackers that were still alive, they would be put on a huge debt and made to work for a long time to pay for that debt. But in the Eastern District, their contract would be invalid if they were forced to sign the contract at gunpoint. After all, that kind of contract was not allowed by the biggest authority power in the Eastern District, the corporate government. The corporate government had declared in the past that they would not allow any kinds of activity that might bring harm or disrupt the order and the peace in the Eastern District. Regardless of whether they really put that into action or not, it was properly written in the rule. Rather than for the sake of anyone else, it was for their very own sake. The definition of criminal in the Eastern District was simply those who were against the corporate government. The corporate government would not do much when hunters kill each other outside the wall. But if merchants or scammers started doing something suspicious, they would not show any mercy. That kind of bias was normal in the Eastern District. So, forcing someone into a debt without a good reason would disrupt the economy. Thus, such actions were seen as an act against the corporate government of the Eastern District. Because of that, Katsuragi and his men needed to show the attackers that they had enough reason to force the attackers into debt, which included the peace money. After all, they could not demand trillion orum peace money just because they tried to kill Akira and Cheryl's men. And if their reasoning was good enough, they could get help from the corporate government to seize the attackers' properties. They could also ask for help from the Hunter office that was handling their bank account. They could even sell the bond to the Hunter office if all of the above things were not enough to pay for the debt. The reason why Katsuragi and his men were making the room messier than before was simply to give a good reason to get the attackers on that debt contract. They were trying to pull up the debt nominal by taking a record of how bad the damages were. After listening closely to Carol's explanation, Akira looked around the room one more time. I see, so in that case, the worse it looks here, the better the profit that they could get, huh? The attempted robbery that caused the current situation, the criminals over there, the peace money, the reimbursement for the damages, and any other excuses that they could use to gain more money. I bet they are trying to squeeze as much money as they can from those attackers, both from the alive ones and the dead ones. But is that really going to work? Maybe. Some of them are really experienced in this kind of thing after all. When Carol said that, she pointed her finger at Viola, who was talking with Katsuragi and some other people. That girl is Viola, and well, what can I say? She's an expert in under-the-table deals like human trafficking and resolving disputes. I'm here because I was simply following Viola since I'm her bodyguard at the moment. I bet she got the news of this incident from her personal information web. I myself only know it since I heard about the incident from her. Oh, it's not like she's one of the people that Katsuragi called to come here. I'm pretty sure she came here uninvited. And they know well that Viola is powerful enough so that they could not just shoo her off. I don't know what they're talking about, but I'm pretty sure it's nothing good. I know it's strange for me to say this since I'm her bodyguard, but she's a bad girl. It might be better if you keep your distance from her, you know? And that's doubly true since you're bad with negotiation. Carol was talking while giggling as if she was joking with Akira. But Akira understood that she was being serious there. Well, if you say so, I'll be careful with her. Yep, you should do that. Carol smiled satisfied seeing Akira nod firmly. She was indeed being honest when she warned Akira. One of the reasons why she said that to him was to make sure that Viola would not mess with him. Carol was in the middle of trying to seduce Akira, so it would be troublesome for her if Viola tried to mess with him. The discussion was still going on between Katsuragi, Tomejima, Cheryl and Viola. They had different expressions as they were talking to each other. Tomejima looked like he knew he was talking to a difficult opponent, as he desperately refused to back down. No, You came so suddenly and now you want to buy all the attackers? That's just too suspicious. Viola smiled at Tomjima. There was a trace of confidence and intimidation in her smile that was adorning her beautiful face. Oh my, I only said that I can increase the profit by 50%, you know? I'm just giving a better offer here. It's so rude of you to call me suspicious. You bought that debt bond for 60% of the face value back then, like hell I'll let you take this one away from me too. That value was the price that both parties agreed to, right? If you really want it that much, I don't mind selling it to you with a discount, you know? To that is. Tomjima reeled back. He was talking about the debt bond for Kadal who tried to kill Akira. In order to avoid getting targeted by Akira, he sold that troublesome bond to Viola. Now that Akira just defeated 8 armed hunters alone, that bond had become more troublesome than before. Viola smiled and said to Katsuragi, "So what do you think? If you sell them to me, it'll bring you more profit, yes?" Katsuragi sounded slightly hesitant as he said, "Even if you tell me so, I have my connection that I need to keep. I was the one who asked Tomjima to come with me. So as a merchant, I can't just turn my back on him now." Tomjima confirmed that he got a vote of confidence from Katsuragi, so he raised his voice and said, "That's it. That's right. But still 50% more profit, huh? Hey!" Katsuragi mumbled as if to contradict what he just said before. Tomjima, who heard that, could not help but exclaim. Viola understood that both Tomjima and Katsuragi were not easy opponents to negotiate against. So she shifted her focus to Cheryl and asked for her approval. "What about you? I want to hear your opinion as both the owner of this shop and the leader of the gang here. As the head of the gang, which one do you think will bring more profit? And I'm not talking about just monetary profit here. You know?" Katsuragi and Tomjima turned to Cheryl too. Although Cheryl was listening to their conversation, she was looking in a completely different direction. Cheryl kept her gaze in one single direction. She was staring at Akira, who was talking with Carol. Seeing how Akira seemed to be having a good time talking with another girl whom she knew nothing about, Cheryl could not help but feel something welling up inside her as she tried her best to hold it down. Cheryl understood that if she obeyed that feeling, she would be taking a step closer toward her own destruction. Insecurity, jealousy, displeasure, fear, sorrow, sadness, these kinds of things would disrupt her ability to make a sound decision. If she ended up making bad decisions because of that, it might become a reason for Akira to abandon her. She kept reminding herself of that possibility as she kept doing her best to maintain her calm. Katsuragi noticed that Cheryl was looking at Akira. "Oh, I see, it might be a good idea to ask for Akira's opinion too, right?" Cheryl tried to keep her calm as she replied, "No, I believe Akira has left this matter to Katsuragi-san. Even if we ask him, he will just annoyedly tell us to do whatever we want with them. I will also follow whatever Katsuragi-san decides. As for the talk about profit, I think the best decision here is to follow whatever Katsuragi-san and Akira decide." Now that Katsuragi was given the right to take the final decision, it made him even unsure of what to do there. "Is that so? If that's the case, then what should I do now?" Viola suddenly said, as if she decided to give up. "It can't be helped then. I'll let Tomjima take those who are still alive and I'll take those who are dead. How about that? It's not like Tomjima could get them to sign on a debt bond anyway, right? Well, he might be able to if he tries, but I believe his real skill is not in that matter. I don't think it's a bad offer though, so?" Katsuragi turned to Tomjima, who did not seem to be fully happy with that offer, but he gently nodded. Viola, who caught that, smiled and said, "We have a deal then." "Humph. The only way to get profit from dead people is only to seize their property, so it's not like it can give you that much profit, right? Are you sure you can get 50% more profit with that?" Tomjima sounded as if he said that out of spite. Viola just smiled confidently at him and replied, "Well, there are many ways other than that one, but they are my trade secret. Later I'll give a report to Katsuragi-san outlining how I plan to do that together with the money minus the handling fee." Katsuragi, Tomjima and Cheryl looked at Viola with different expressions. Although each of them imagined different things, all of them equally thought that it was nothing good. They finally finished their business. All the attackers, dead or alive, were carried away, ignoring their freedom. Those who were still alive were given minimum equipment as Temejima's men took them away, while the dead ones were stuffed into body bags and carried away by Viola's men. Cheryl's men were gathering the bloodied sheets. It seemed that it would take a lot of work to clean up the bloodied room. While Katsuragi and his men had left the place, Viola stayed behind and came to Akira. Viola looked at Akira with interest as she said to him, "We meet again." Akira replied casually, "Yeah." Carol was surprised to hear that short exchange. "Oh, both of you know each other?" Akira quickly explained to Carol before she misunderstood something. "I met her once when Shikarabe hired me for a job. That was also when I met Tonjima. It's not like we know each other, it's just that we have met before, and that was just once." "I see." Carol replied back swiftly with that short reply. She believed Akira's words. She did not let that just slide and use that information to make all kinds of guesses. Even Akira was able to notice that. Carol showed that reaction only by knowing that Akira had met Viola before in the past, although it was only for once. With that, Akira put Viola on the list of people that were not his enemy but he needed to be careful with. Carol then stood up and smiled at Akira. "Well, since Viola is done here, I'll leave too. Akira, see you again next time." "Yeah." Viola then casually asked Carol a question. "It seemed that you were having a good time talking with him. What were you talking about?" "Well, a lot of stuff. By the way, I did tell Akira about you too. I told him that you're a bad girl." "Oh my, that's so rude." Viola smiled mischievously at Akira. "I don't know what Carol told you, but just so you know, she's more or less as bad as me. There are many men who got ruined because of her, so you better be careful of her." "Sure, I will." Carol, who heard that, faintly smiled and intervened. "Geez, how can you say that? Well, at least it seems that Akira was able to quickly see how bad you are. Well then, see you again." Carol only said that before she left the building together with Viola. That was when Alpha smiled at Akira and said to him, "So basically, both of them are bad girls, huh?" "Yep, that would be the right conclusion. Well, I did kill 5 people without feeling anything much though, so I guess I'm not that good of a person either, right?" Akira sounded as if he was admonishing himself, but Alpha just smiled like usual as she replied, "I don't think that's true." "Is that so?" Akira awkwardly replied back as if he was trying to hide his embarrassment. After that, he returned to Cheryl's private room together with Cheryl since she asked him to. Even after they returned, Cheryl did not change back to her usual clothing. She seemed to be a little bit bummed out as she was only standing there not too far from the door. Akira found that a little weird, but since he was tired, he decided to just ignore that for now. He put down his stuff, sat on the sofa and let out a big sigh. He then noticed Cheryl came in front of him. She slowly climbed on Akira and sat on his lap. She then coiled her arms around him and hugged him from the front just like in the past. But there was something different this time. Cheryl was Akira's fake lover. She used that position to hug Akira in the past. That time, Cheryl was smiling. She looked delighted spending her time together with her lover, although it was in name only. But this time, Cheryl's expression looked a bit dark. She seemed to be feeling cornered. Cheryl rested her head on Akira's shoulder and squeezed on him. It was not a hug to draw in someone that she loved. It was more of a hug to cling to someone. Although Akira was not skilled enough to read what Cheryl was feeling inside, he at least knew that Cheryl was not her usual self in the bad meaning. So Akira awkwardly spoke to her. "Cheryl. I'm sorry. I think I'm still shocked. The fact that I almost got shot back then finally hit me after I calmed down. So please let me stay like this for a while. If you don't like it, I'll step away." Even in the Eastern District where the public order was bad, even for the slum city resident where fighting was common, people would still get shocked when they were about to get shot and killed. So it was not right to compare common people with those hunters who were used to that kind of thing. Akira reminded himself of that fact and accepted Cheryl's excuse without questioning it much. "I see. Well, you can keep doing that until you calm down." "Thank you." Cheryl's voice was darker than before as she tightened her hug. She was not lying. It was true that she was still scared after she was about to get killed, but that was not the only reason. She was more scared of Akira suddenly abandoning her. Cheryl knew very well that Akira was not a kind person, and it was not like he loved her either. Akira was not interested in her body. He also did not expect to get some profit from Cheryl's gang. He was not a part of the gang either. The only reason, excuse, motivation for Akira to help her out was nothing more but something as vague as a whim. Cheryl saw Akira talking with Carol. Even to her, Carol was a beautiful girl who was wearing such a seductive outfit. From her point of view, it seemed like Carol was trying to seduce Akira. It was only to be expected for Akira to be in contact with all kinds of people other than Cheryl and her men. Cheryl was evading that common sense until now. Someone might one day seduce Akira and become his lover. That day might be as soon as tomorrow. If that happened, Akira might as well stop supporting Cheryl. Seeing Carol talking to Akira, trying to seduce him, seeing a beautiful skilled female hunter doing that, it really gave her a kick of reality. It reminded her of the possibility that she had been avoiding recognizing until now. If only Akira was interested in Cheryl, regardless whether it was her body, her heart, her position, her money, her skill, anything, it might give her a sense of security. If Akira asked anything out of her, she would happily give everything to him. But unfortunately, Akira was not interested in Cheryl at all. Cheryl was feeling insecure whether the current situation would still hold until her plan came to fruition. Until Akira had another reason to support her other than just a whim. And in order to run away from that insecurity, Cheryl was clinging to Akira. Not too long after that, Cheryl's men came to give their reports. She was a bit annoyed that she got interrupted. The children who came to give their report winced back as they gave her the report of the current situation, including the treatment of the wounded gang members. So then, the guy from the clinic told us to tell the boss to come to the clinic. It seems that he has something to talk about, like about the fee and other stuff too. You did tell him about me and Katsuragi-san, right? We did. But we carried a lot of wounded people there and some of them are badly wounded. So I guess there's something he wants to talk about regarding that. So please don't let them kick the wounded out after they got treated just enough for them to stay alive. Those guys will have to work after this to stay alive, so please do something about it. Alright, I'll go now. I'll do something about it. Those boys thanked Cheryl and bowed deeply to her before leaving the room. Akira was also planning to have his body checked up soon anyway. So he thought that it might be a good idea to get his body checked up in a small clinic first before getting a full checkup in a hospital. A clinic, huh? Can I come too? Cheryl was a bit surprised, but she immediately replied happily. Of course. I was actually planning to ask you to accompany me. Alright then, let's go. Akira then headed to the clinic together with Cheryl. Rebuild World Chapter 148 Selling Corpses. Akira followed Cheryl to the clinic, which was located inside the slum city. Although it was located outside Cheryl's territory, it was not that far from the base. It was located in a particular area inside the slum where there was an unwritten rule among the residents not to cause any trouble. After all, if the clinic got involved in a fight, it would bring trouble to all of them. Also, even if the clinic was fine, it might refuse to treat them if they caused trouble there. Although it was an unwritten rule, it was effective enough to make people around the area obey. When Akira saw the exterior of the clinic, he frowned and asked, Cheryl, is this really the place? Yes, it's this building. I understand what you want to say, but this is the clinic. I see. The clinic looked suspicious from the outside. Rather than a clinic, it looked more like a laboratory. Weird devices were sticking out of its roof, as if to say that they were doing questionable experiments inside. The dangling signboard was so worn out, the letters written on it were almost unreadable. But it still could be read Yatsubayashi's clinic. Akira and Cheryl entered that clinic. A guy in a white suit was tending Cheryl's men. He might be tending their wounds, but judging by the glowing liquid that he was using, it looked more like he was experimenting on Cheryl's men. That man noticed Akira and Cheryl. He immediately went to Cheryl, whom he had asked to come to the clinic, and said to her, You're here, huh? It's about the medicine that I use. HM? That man looked at Akira and felt like he had seen Akira somewhere before. He then lightly smiled and said, Oh, it's you. Long time no see. But Akira did not remember that guy at all. Did we ever meet before? It's me, Yatsubayashi. I tended on your wounds back in the Kazusuhara city, remember? When Yatsubayashi said that, Akira immediately remembered him. Oh, the guy from back then, huh? Now you remember. I heard that you got badly injured right after I tended to your injuries though. Thanks to that, the city management intervened and I couldn't use the data that I gathered from tending your wounds, you know? It's not like I can do anything about it even if you tell me so. It seemed that Akira's contract with Kobayashi to erase all kinds of records from back then had affected Yatsubayashi too. But it was not like Akira could do anything about it even if Yatsubayashi told him so. And in reality, Akira himself was not bothered by that. Cheryl lightly bowed to Yatsubayashi and said to him, "Thank you for helping us, so I heard that there's something you need to talk to me about." Yatsubayashi looked at Cheryl and Akira alternately. He then lightly nodded and said, "Nah, it's not a problem now. It seemed that the guys your men brought in had been treated with some expensive medicine. So I just thought that if you have enough money to buy that kind of stuff, I want you to properly pay for the treatment, but it seems that's not the case." Yatsubayashi thought that it would not be strange for Akira to easily pay for those expensive medicines to win some points from Cheryl. After all, from his point of view, Cheryl was beautiful enough for Akira to aim for her. He then smiled and said, "Putting that aside, do you want me to charge more for the treatment? The more you pay me, the better the treatment that these guys will get." Akira flatly replied, "I have no reason to go that far." "I see, well, that's to be expected." It seemed that Akira was not really that interested in Cheryl. Yatsubayashi thought so when he saw Akira react that way. So he decided to stop offering more treatment. He then shifted to Cheryl. "Over there are the people that I've finished treating. 2 of them ended up dead, but that's not my fault. If you want me to take care of the bodies too, then you'll have to pay more. If not, then take them home. While for those who are still alive, they should be able to walk back home by themselves by tomorrow." "I understand, Akira. I'll go and check on them." Cheryl lightly bowed and left. Cheryl's men who had already finished getting their treatments noticed Cheryl, although some of them were still half-dazed. Some of them were already recovered enough to move. It might be because their injuries were not that bad, or it might be because the strange green medicine was pretty effective. Akira suddenly casually asked Yatsubayashi a question. "How bad were the people that you couldn't save?" "HM? They got shot in their body and their organs were in a mess. They were bleeding pretty badly too." "Was that really that bad? I thought that level of injury is only a light injury, right?" Yatsubayashi lightly laughed. "That's indeed the case for hunters. You can't just compare the injuries between hunters and normal people. Normal people would die with that level of injury, you see. As for those who are still alive, even after they are left with nothing but their heads, they are mostly cyborgs. While those who are still alive even after they get cut into 2 are only alive because they use a lot of medicines to forcefully keep their bodies functional. Those people with enhanced bodies basically have a completely different level of resilience compared to normal people. So if you compare these normal guys with hunters, they would die, you know? You gotta be careful about this difference." "Now that you say so, that's kind of true." Akira smiled bitterly. He just realized how badly skewed his perception was. Yatsubayashi then changed the subject. "Well, putting that aside, since you're here, how about getting some treatment too?" "Ah, that's right, I wanted to have a checkup. As for my injuries, I already treated them with my own medicine, so I just want you to do a normal body checkup and also check the nanomachine leftover accumulated inside my body." "Just a checkup, huh? Geez, just to let you know, it won't be free." "I know." Akira took off his augmented suit and did a checkup there. Just like last time, Yatsubayashi used weird devices to check Akira's body. When he was doing that, it seemed that something piqued his interest as he said to Akira, "Say, are you trying to be superhuman or something?" Akira asked back confusedly, "Superhuman? What are you even talking about?" "You were putting your body under immense stress while consuming a lot of medicines, right? And that stress was so immense that it more or less negated the healing effect from the medicines that you consumed. Do you have any recollection of doing something like that?" "Well, I did fight a lot while consuming medicines to compensate for the stress from my augmented suit though." Is it from that? Is there anything wrong with that? Yatsubayashi sighed. So you don't even realize that you're doing it, huh? You're really crazy. What are you even talking about? Although not many people realize it, the people of the Eastern District would improve a lot only with a small amount of training, you see. Of course, the effect differs between people and there's a limit on how effective it is. But some people have an abnormal level of growth. These people basically can throw a tank without any extra help. These people are what you usually call superhuman. But even those people can't get that level of strength purely from training. After all, their talent only increases their potential the more they train. Not their real strength. That's why they need to do something else other than just physical training to obtain that strength. And one of those methods is to put your body past its limit while consuming powerful medicine. They do that to compress the training intensity as much as possible. Akira searched through his memories. It was true that he did something similar numerous times in the past. Is that even effective? I heard so, but well, rather than doing that, it's far faster to just modify your body or to just use an augmented suit though. So, unless you're obsessed with getting that level of strength only with your body, no one would try to do that. But that kind of thing is a talent that you are born with, right? So I bet most of the people can't do that even if they try. Yatsubayashi seemed to be having fun talking about that subject. It might be a subject that he was interested in. Surprisingly enough, a lot of people actually have that kind of body, they just don't realize it themselves. Some theories say that those superhumans might be the descendants of enhanced people from the Old World era. As the story goes, some people tried to be superhuman by using technologies in the Old World era, much like how they did it in the past. On the other case, some people get their bodies modified before they even realize it because of the nanomachine that they keep using. Either way, that strength propagated to their children and then their children use new technologies to achieve the same thing. And basically, everything accumulated together. The Old World technology was at a level where it could redefine what it meant to be a human. As a matter of fact, the current people of the Eastern District were created through the Old World technology, so they were, in a sense, Old World relics. Because of that, relics sometimes cost a lot of money. For example, the people who can connect to the Old World domain were prized highly. And that worth would not go down until they completely analyze the cause and extract the technology from it. I even heard that some people from the Central District call the people from the Eastern District as mutants or even biological weapons. Well, looking from that point of view, it could be said that everyone in the Eastern District is a mutant, and since we call biological monsters as monsters because of similar reasons, I can't say that is wrong. Akira slightly frowned. The free food distributed in the slum city were free because they were not safe, they were filled with stuff that might cause mutation, and Akira had been eating such substances for a long time. His body might as well have been mutated, although it was just not enough to kill him straight away. A lot of veteran hunters have abnormal strength. Although they are not superhuman, they get pretty close to being one from all of the training that they have gone through. Well, of course, a lot of them died before they could reach that point, or just decided to enhance their body with a particular technology that has been fully analyzed, or lose their potential to be a superhuman because of an unexplainable reason. Even now, that's why there are not that many superhumans out there. Personally speaking, I don't recommend trying to be one too. I don't want to be one either. Yep, if you want to get stronger, my recommendation would be to modify your body. So want to try it? Although you can't use any insurance for this, I'll give you a big discount so that it'll cost more or less like a normal treatment, you know? Akira swiftly replied. No thanks. Yatsubayashi clicked his tongue and looked slightly disappointed. You don't need to be that wary. It would be fine, of course. I already checked that it's more or less safe. I want a guarantee, not more or less safe. Isn't the possibility of getting killed an occupational hazard for a hunter? It's less risky than exploring Old World ruin. And considering that it'll give you a superhuman strength if it succeeds, I would say that it's a very low risk. Still no. Yatsubayashi sighed. I wonder why people hate it so much. They often commented that the outlook of this clinic looks so suspicious. Why does no one other than me find this Old World vibe interesting? Akira remembered the outlook of the clinic. According to Yatsubayashi, it was based off on Old World design. Now that Yatsubayashi mentioned it, Akira could understand his point. But rather than giving the high-tech vibe from the Old World, it still gave off a suspicious impression. Akira thought that it was normal for other people to think so too. After Yatsubayashi finished with the checkup, he told Akira the result. Your injuries will fully recover in no time, as long as you don't do anything crazy. But as I thought, the nanomachine count inside your body is too high. I'll prescribe you a medicine to clean it off, so make sure to take it. You can buy the medicine in another place, but if you buy it from me, I can give you a better one, although I can't guarantee its safety. If you decide to take my medicine, I'll put the medicine cost together with your checkup cost. The checkup alone is 10,000 orum. If you want to buy the medicine too, the total will be 100,000 orum. I'll take your medicine. Thanks for the business. Right after Akira paid for his checkup and medicine, Cheryl came. She then thanked Yatsubayashi one more time before leaving the clinic together with Akira. After Akira and Cheryl left, Yatsubayashi mumbled. The record says that he's been using a lot of expensive medicines. It means that he's earning a lot of money, and I am always in need of more money for my research. It seems that he's Cheryl's lover. I wonder if I can get a lot of money from him through Cheryl. I guess I'll think about it. Yatsubayashi was a kind person. He had saved the lives of a lot of people who would have died otherwise. But that kindness did not come for free. The biggest reason why he opened a clinic in the slum city was because poor people would be desperate enough to try something risky. In the slum city, it was relatively easy for him to test pretty dangerous stuff that would have originally taken a lot of money and time. Not to mention, no one would complain if some of them got killed in the process. The slum city was the perfect place for those researchers who believed that small sacrifices were unavoidable in order to save many people. After Akira took Cheryl back to her base, he headed back home. In the middle of the way, he thought of something and asked Alpha. Say Alpha about that superhuman thing though, do you think I can be one? Alpha smiled and replied. Possibility-wise, yes. But the success rate is too small that it's unrealistic to change your training schedule just because of that. Akira seemed a bit disappointed. I see, well, I did expect that though. It's not like there's any need for you to throw a tank solely relying on your physical strength, right? If you want to do that, you can just do that with an augmented suit. Well, you're right about that, but is that even possible? It depends on the quality of your augmented suit. Let's just hope that Shizuka would find a good one. You're right. Akira headed back home while looking forward to his new augmented suit. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night, a truck was parked near the border between the Kagamayama city's lower district and the wasteland. Two girls were standing next to the back door of that truck. They were Carol and Viola. Viola was wearing casual clothing not recommended for combat. In contrast to her, Carol was armed to teeth. Carol was way more armed compared to when she met Akira that day. She was using an augmented suit and carrying a portable heavy weapon. It would not be strange if she went to explore an old-world ruin in that state, but there was no mistaking it that she did not need that much firepower in the area where she was right now. Of course, that was excluding the case if she expected something to happen that needed her to be that armed. Carol was checking the area around her with her information-gathering device when she suddenly threw a question at Viola. They should be here soon, right? Soon, but not yet. My information-gathering device hasn't picked anything yet though. Are you sure they can reach this place before the meeting time? Just so you know, if they don't come on time, I'll leave. I have no idea who are you dealing with, and I have no plans to get involved in trouble with people who can't come on time. Those who could not come at the meeting time could not be trusted to uphold the result of the negotiation. Thus, Carol thought that it would be dangerous to negotiate with them. Viola had her business face up as she replied, I'll wait until the last second. And if they don't come, then they're the ones who scrapped the deal, so it's not my fault. Viola then smiled and continued. By the way, putting that aside, is your next prey that Akira boy? Carol smiled smugly and replied, That's so rude to call him a prey. Call it investing in a prospective customer. Geez, you would even go for such a young boy, you really have no integrity at all. Or did you change your principle or something? Or is that you see something special in that boy? Age has nothing to do with it. You saw for yourself how strong he is from that fight against those robbers, right? So I'm not talking about potency, he's pretty good even right now. Judging from how Carol responded, Viola knew that Carol did not target Akira out of a whim. So she thought of a plan based on that and made a suggestion to Carol. If H has nothing to do with it, then how about you go for that popular Katsuya? He should be around the age of that Akira. From what I heard, he did pretty well during that battle in Mihazono Ruin, and the city management seems to be interested in that boy too. Even some skilled hunters in Drankum decided to create an anti-faction since they're scared of his power. It's the main reason why the gang is broken into factions right now. There's nothing to complain about his skill, and it seems that he likes girls pretty much that even his team is called Katsuya's harem team. I'm sure it's an easy thing for you to slip in. It's your favorite thing, right? Money that these hunters earned with their talents. Viola knew well about what Carol liked, so she tried to test if Carol would be more interested in Katsuya than Akira. But Carol's reply was rather ambiguous. Ah, that guy, huh? I just can't get interested in that guy, you see. Oh my, is it that you don't have the confidence to capture him? Don't tell me that your skill in capturing men has gotten rusty. Viola tried to provoke Carol for a bit, but Carol did not show any change. Of course I'm sure I can do that, but what can I say? Oh, what is it? I actually had a job to go to Drankum's facility. I heard about that boy from back then and I did check him out too. To be honest, I don't want to get involved with him. About that harem squad too, I feel like they're going to kill me if I try to seduce that Katsuya. Viola found that a bit weird and asked Carol. Leaving that Katsuya guy aside, I don't think the people around him can do any harm to you though. That harem squad is nothing but small fries to you, isn't it? So why you don't just go ahead and crush them? That is if they're really nothing but small fries. But that's not exactly true. They're, rather than strong, they're more like cult members? Cult? Yep, cult. Well, it's not like all of them are like that. But I'm sure it'll only gather more and more members with time. Just like you said, it's already big enough to break Drankum into factions. So at this rate, probably it'll take over the whole gang. I have no plans to get killed fighting a cult, you see. Carol sounded like she really hated that idea. Although she was already used to facing death since she was also a hunter, she at least wanted to have the leeway to choose how she would die. And she hated the idea of dying to a cult. Aren't you the one who usually is more interested in that kind of thing? Messing with that kind of stuff is completely under your area of expertise, right? I'll think about it. Viola was smiling when she said that. Even Carol could not tell what she was thinking. Carol checked the time. It was already 1 minute past the meeting time. She still did not get anything from her information gathering device. She then mumbled, "As I thought they didn't come, so it was pointless, huh?" Suddenly a signal was detected in her information gathering device. Although that surprised her, she still reacted quickly to it. She immediately covered Viola and aimed her rifle in the direction where the signal came. In the direction where she was aiming, a guy was standing, where there was no one just a moment ago. That guy's head was made of metal. It was obvious from the first glance that he was a cyborg. He was using a black robe, so it would be hard to spot him in the middle of the night. That man slowly walked toward Carol and Viola. His strong-looking arm was carrying a single case. That man must be the one who had the appointment to meet Viola. Although Carol hesitated, she eventually lowered her rifle. Even when Carol was aiming her rifle at that man, he walked normally toward Viola as if it did not bother him at all. Carol already lowered her rifle, but she still had her guard up as she cautiously said to that man, "To be honest, if it could be helped, I would like for you not to sneak up on us though. Sorry, we just don't want to stick out. I was hoping you can understand that since we picked this place and time to meet. Moreover, I did remove my camouflage not too close to you, so I hope you can forgive us with that." In reality, that man was actually there even before Carol and Viola arrived. But he kept himself hidden under his robe. That man stopped in front of Viola, placed the case he was carrying on the ground, and showed the money inside it. That case was filled with bills up to its brim. That guy then said to Viola, "Go ahead and confirm it. How about the goods?" Viola pointed toward the back of the truck and said, "It's inside, you can go ahead and check it too. Don't worry, it's open." That guy left the case on the ground and went inside the truck to check the goods. There were 5 body bags inside the truck. They were the body bags of the robbers that attacked Cheryl's base. That guy opened the body bags one by one and checked the bodies inside them. While outside, Viola was checking the money inside the case. Carol tilted her head and looked at her, confused. Is it really that profitable selling dead bodies? Well, I can't say for sure. Don't give me that. You're the one who came up with the deal, aren't you? This is my first time too, you see. I have no idea why they want those dead bodies. Carol could not tell whether Viola was being serious or that she was just playing fool. Considering both possibilities and the fact that she needed to still get along with Viola, she decided not to ask any further. Viola might really not know, or she was telling Carol not to ask her. But she then continued. I can't even tell if this negotiation is with him alone, or he's just a representative of a bigger group. I don't know what they are going to do with the corpses, and I have no plans to find out either. Or at least that's what I want to say, but seeing how he can easily break through your guard, I don't want to ask now. If it was a common camouflage, you should have been able to spot him, right? Well, yeah, we're not in a thick colorless mist, and the information gathering device that I'm using is not cheap that it can't detect common optical camouflage. Although it depends on the distance, even if he's just standing still, as long as he's breathing or as long as his heart is still beating, it'll still trigger my information gathering device. I was using such a powerful information gathering device while watching the surroundings. I know that he was using camouflage and he is a cyborg, but it's still surprising that I couldn't detect him. The guy stepped out from the truck and said to Viola after he closed the door, I already checked it, there's no problem. How about yours? I have no problem too. We have a deal then. I don't know if there's next time, but if we're going to do business again, just transfer the money, okay? It's not easy for a frail girl like me to carry around this heavy case filled with money. You know? Honestly speaking, I did this since I don't want to leave a suspicious record in your bank account. I can still transfer the money if you want. No, it's fine. I see, I'll take my leave then. Just to be safe, let me remind you that it's better if you don't try to tail me. Of course. As I promised, we'll stay here for a while after we finish the deal. And also, you can just take the truck with you. The guy went to the driver's seat and drove away. He was heading to the wasteland instead of to the city. The truck, together with that guy and the bodies inside it, disappeared into the darkness of the night. Viola and Carol just stood there without saying anything while watching the truck leave. Once the truck had completely vanished from their views, Viola let out a big sigh. Although she was smiling and looked relaxed from the outside, she was actually pretty nervous during that exchange. Carol also looked slightly relieved. It's not like I want to dictate to you what to do and what not to do about your deals, but you won't be able to stay alive for long if you keep making deals like this. Viola, who had regained her composure, smiled amusedly and replied, I don't want you to tell me that when you're working as a hunter yourself. Although right now I'm the one who agreed to make that deal in this place and time, it's still safer than exploring old world ruin as a hunter, you know? Well, that's true. Viola was indeed correct. Carol smiled wryly and gave that short reply. After they waited there for a while, they returned back to the city in the car that Viola called. The cyborg guy, who drove the truck with the dead bodies inside, drove away for a bit and stopped not too far away from the city. He stepped down from the driver's seat and went to the backside of the truck. He then dumped some of the body bags while they were still opened. He dumped 4 of the 5 body bags as if they were just trash. As for the last one, he carefully picked that body bag and carried it outside. It was Zalmo's body bag. That cyborg was treating Zalmo's body differently. When that man stepped out of the truck, someone called him. It's me. Yeah, I've picked up our brother. Yeah, it's no problem, I'll leave the rest to you. It was a call through the communication device installed in that guy's body, thus his conversation did not make any sound at all from the outside. Ario was surprised, but he immediately thanked Akira. Really? Thank you. Thank you very much. Alicia also thanked Akira before she looked at Ario and smiled happily. Akira, who saw that, found it a little weird. I'll go out for a bit then. If Cheryl returns back, just tell her that I have some business with Katsuragi, and do tell her about the training too. You can tell me how many people will join the training later." "Of course," Alicia replied happily. Akira tilted his head. He still could not understand why Alicia and Ario were so happy, but he decided to just forget about it and left the room. Ario and Alicia were left behind inside the room as they hugged each other. Akira was a hunter who was able to win against 8 armed people all by himself. He then even went and sold those robbers that he spared, and he did not hesitate when he killed the guy who did not want to get sold. This time, Ario and Alicia were able to get their request accepted without angering such a hunter. It was great news for both Alicia and Ario. Akira was indeed strong. If they could learn some of his fighting skills, Ario and the other children might become as strong as Akira. Of course, there was also the difference between their equipment. But even back then, when Akira did not have his powerful equipment yet, he was strong enough to be able to return back alive even after he dragged a dead gang member of a prominent gang in the slum city to that gang's base. So even if they had different equipment, Ario thought that they might, to some extent, get as strong as Akira. Ario and Alicia were still hugging each other as Ario said to her, "I'll work hard and get stronger so that I can protect you myself." Alicia smiled happily. "Ario, thank you." Ario was almost killed in the previous shootout. Back then, he had better equipment than the other children as he and the other children in the fighting squad tried to fight back the robbers. But the result was terrible. He got injured pretty badly. The robbers were able to neutralize them without much trouble. The reason why Ario did not get killed immediately like some of his friends was simply because of luck. Fortunately, Akira gave Alicia an expensive medicine and she used some of that medicine for Ario. Ario's life was spared thanks to that. In the end, Cheryl lost 8 people. If Alicia did not prioritize her lover, she might have been able to save one more life. Alicia did feel guilty about it, but she did not regret her choice. When Ario was about to die and thought that there was no way he would be saved, he thought of Alicia in his fading consciousness. When his consciousness finally returned back, he found Alicia crying really badly while hugging him. That was when he made his decision. Alicia understood that Ario made his decision not because he was close to getting killed, but it was because he did not want her to go through something similar again. She felt happy about that and made her resolve just like Ario did. Both of them forgot where they were hugging each other out of happiness to the point that Cheryl, who had returned back to that room, was weirded out by them. Akira went to Katsuragi's trailer and was talking with him. Katsuragi was a bit surprised when Akira put in his order. "I get what you want to buy. It's not exactly what I'm usually selling, but well, I don't really mind. It's not like we're strangers anyway. I'll be counting on you. As for the payment, just put it on Cheryl's tab." Katsuragi sounded a bit dissatisfied when he heard that. "Wait for a sec. That money is not for something like this, isn't it? They're training equipment for Cheryl's gang." "Even if you say so." Katsuragi seemed to have some objections. Akira then asked him a question. "By the way, how much money do you think you'll get from those robbers?" "All right. I'll put it on Cheryl's tab. I'll tell them to hurry up with the delivery too. It was a good deal after all." Katsuragi did not miss a beat when he said that. It seemed that he actually did not want to tell Akira the number. Akira's question might have sounded like a threat to Katsuragi. Akira then exasperatedly said, "I don't really care how much profit you get from selling those robbers, but make sure to earn the same amount of money from selling equipment, alright? But of course I'm a merchant first and foremost, you see. I won't do anything as despicable as tricking you and keeping some of the money from selling the robbers for myself. Plus, after that one incident there, I feel like Cheryl would finally become a proper customer for my shop. Trust is number one for merchants, so don't worry. I won't do something as nasty as tricking your lover. I don't want you to chase me to the end of the world after all." Depending on how you interpreted it, it also meant that he would do that if Akira stopped supporting Cheryl. Akira looked suspiciously at Katsuragi. Katsuragi decided to change the subject as not to worsen Akira's mood any further. "By the way, I really hope you would start bringing relics to me, you know? So what's going on lately with that?" "I'm in the middle of renewing my equipment with the money that I got from my last request. I'll be looking for relics again after I get my new equipment," Katsuragi annoyedly said. That's why I'm telling you to buy that from me. But Akira replied back casually. In that case, get good equipment for Cheryl's gang. If you get something good enough to make me want to change shop, I might as well think about it. Akira thought that although he would consider it, there was a good chance that he would not change shop. Katsuragi also noticed that it was highly unlikely for Akira to change shop unless something big happened. I really wonder if you'll properly bring relics that you'll get next to me. It depends on what kind of relics that I'll get next time. Just hope that it would be something that would sell better in your shop. Make sure to bring them to me, yeah? Don't do anything cheap like selling them in Cheryl's place first and only bringing them to me if they don't sell well. As long as it's faster and I can get better money by selling them to you, I won't do something like that. Katsuragi sighed. You were just a strong boy not too long ago. But you've been turning more and more like a real hunter lately. Thanks for the compliment. In contrast to Katsuragi, Akira seemed a bit happy. Ario and some other children from Cheryl's gang were waiting for Akira not too far from Slum City. That day they were planning to go for training with Akira. Ario plus the other 8 children were waiting nervously for Akira. One of the boys asked, "Say, what are we exactly going to do for today's training?" The other children looked at Ario, who said, "I have no idea either." That boy looked a bit surprised at Ario's reply. "You don't know? But you're the one who asked Akira-san to train us, right? Why don't you know?" "Shut up. There's nothing I can do about it, I really don't know. I was indeed the one who asked Akira-san, but it's not like we talked about the details. I only heard from the boss later that Akira-san wants us to wait for him here." Another boy asked Ario another question. "I heard that you and Alicia went to ask Akira-san directly. You guys did that without asking for permission from the boss, right? Is boss okay with this?" "It's alright. Akira-san is okay with it, and since it was Alicia and me who asked Akira-san, I'm sure Cheryl won't get that angry. After all, both I and Alicia are pretty close to her. So it should be alright, maybe." Ario sounded a bit unsure there, so the boy could not help but panic a bit. "Maybe. This better be alright, okay? I don't want to be dumped in the middle of the wasteland, you know?" Ario got a little bit worked up as he replied, "Oh, shut up. If you don't want the boss to get angry, then you better take this training seriously. If you don't take the training seriously, although I and Alicia went out of our way to ask Akira-san, this time for sure Cheryl and Akira-san would get angry at you." "Why, you're right." Ario got a bit worked up because of his nervousness and lashed out, which caused the young boy to wince back. Ario did realize it himself that he was a bit more strung up than usual. He had made his resolve in all kinds of meaning, so it was understandable that he was not in his usual state. When Alicia and Ario explained the situation to Cheryl, she seemed to be thinking about something with a serious face. Ario thought it was great that Akira accepted their request without any trouble, but if that was not the case, they would have been in deep trouble. Ario had no idea what Cheryl thought about the training, but at least for the time being, Cheryl was smiling like usual, and he hoped that it was a good smile. Akira came with his vehicle right before the meeting time. He was also dragging a cart behind his vehicle. He then pointed at the cart. "Get on." Ario seemed scared as he asked Akira, "Where are we going?" Akira came with a vehicle, so it must be somewhere quite far away. It might be the Higuraka residence city, or it might be a big opening somewhere in the wasteland. When they thought so, Ario and the other children got a little nervous. It might be not that much of a danger for a hunter like Akira, but it was a matter of life and death for the other children. But Akira only gave a vague answer to Ario's question. "Well, it's just somewhere around." It seemed that Akira wanted them to quickly get on the cart, so the children immediately started climbing onto the cart although they were still nervous. No matter where they were going, they had no other choice but to get on. Akira stopped his vehicle not too far away from the city. The area was filled with stones, rubbles, crumbled down walls, and wreckages. He then stepped off the vehicle followed by Ario and the other children. Akira pulled out a big heavy box from his luggage and put it down in front of Ario and the other children who were lining up in front of him. The box was filled with rifles for training and something that looked like goggles. Akira bought all of these from Katsuragi. He then said to them, "Put all of your rifles that you have right now in the box and take a goggle and a rifle each. One person will get one rifle and 2 magazines. The goggles might be a bit too big, but make sure to use them too. I'll tell you the details later." The children did as they were told. One of the boys noticed that the magazine he took was empty, so he reached for another magazine, but it was also empty. He realized that all of those magazines were empty. He then cautiously asked Akira, "The magazines are empty." "Yeah, it's supposed to be empty. Don't worry about it, just take 2 of them each." Since Akira said so, the other children obediently did so, although they found it weird. After they finished their preparations and lined up, Akira, wearing the same goggle and rifle, stood in front of them and started explaining. "The training is simple, you guys just need to fight me. These rifles are modified rifles and the magazines are empty, so it should be no problem. If you pull the trigger, it'll calculate a trajectory line as if you really shot a bullet, then you'll be able to see whether your shot hit or not. You can try pointing it at each other and pull the trigger." They looked a bit troubled, but they did try to point their empty rifles at each other and pulled the trigger. Then the children that got shot according to the calculation were blanketed in red, and those who got shot had their goggles that were originally transparent also filled in red. Ario and the other children were surprised and raised their voices. Akira then continued his explanation. "Once you get shot, quickly leave this place. Once I get killed, or if all of you get killed, we'll return to our starting position and restart again. After that, well, let's give it a go first." After he said that, Akira repositioned himself away from Ario and the other children, so they flusteredly asked him, "That's it? How about the strategy and other things too?" "You'll find out soon enough." Akira then left and vanished behind a wreckage. Ario and the other children looked confusedly at each other when suddenly something came up on their display. It said that the training would start in 10 seconds. It was written in big letters. Although they were surprised by that, the countdown did not slow down at all. Akira was hiding behind a wreckage. Alpha was standing next to him just like usual. Alpha was wearing an old-world battle suit. It had an extreme design for those people who were not used to that kind of design. It had a lot of openings that showed Alpha's skin, which would make anyone question its usefulness. If we focused on the colorful and complicated combination of materials that made that bodysuit, it looked like a very revealing swimsuit. The belt-like decoration was put in a certain place as if its main function was to make some of Alpha's body part look more pronounced. It could be said that it was intentionally designed to gather people's attention, or to be more sensual than being naked. Of course, Akira had gotten too used to it that he did not feel anything, but something caught his attention as he asked Alpha a question. "By the way, Alpha, you use that kind of suit since you want to stand out in case if someone can actually see you, right? So is there any need for you to do that right now?" Alpha smiled and said, "Oh, about that, I haven't been doing that lately. It was basically to realign my wavelength with you. It's also to narrow down the connection so no one should be able to see me unless they have a similar wavelength with you. That's why you're the only one who can see me right now, you know?" After hearing that answer, Akira curiously asked, "Then why are you still using that kind of suit?" "No reason in particular." "Then change to something else." "No." Alpha was smiling as if she was teasing Akira. Akira looked at her with a troubled face, but she just ignored that and said, "I'll think about it if you're so used to it to the point that you won't lose your focus in the middle of the fight no matter how your opponent looks. Even a short pause could be fatal, you see. It's indeed just training, but it's still a fight, so focus on the fight and don't let your guard down. Just imagine what would you do if a beautiful naked humanoid weapon suddenly attacks you while you're in the middle of exploring an old-world ruin. Do you really think that it would change its appearance just because you ask it to? Or you'll just continue fighting while still getting bothered by its appearance?" Akira made a conflicted face. Alpha's argument did not sound fully convincing. It was true that it was important for him to be able to keep functioning like usual no matter what he was facing. It was true that when he met Alpha, he was dumbfounded in the middle of the dangerous ruin where he could have gotten killed multiple times while he was dumbfounded. But if he was asked if Alpha's argument was correct, he could not honestly say yes. Akira sighed as he changed his focus. After all, he knew that he could not win in the argument no matter what, so he decided to ask something else that was bugging him. I did prepare all of those stuff following your instruction, but as I thought, I don't feel like fighting these guys will provide me much training though. I'm indeed using a weaker mode for my augmented suit, and it's slowing me down a bit. I know I might sound arrogant by saying this, but I'm pretty sure I can quickly defeat them without much trouble. Will this really give me some training? Akira was a trained hunter, so he had the confidence to win against Ario and the other children no matter how many times they tried. Alpha smiled and said, "This is where you'll see how great my support is." "No, I think I can win even without your support." Akira looked confused. Alpha shook her head and smiled smugly. "That's not what I meant." At the next moment, Akira heard a bullet land right next to him. He was flabbergasted since he kept his eyes on his surroundings and did not find any enemies in the positions where he might get shot. Akira immediately crouched and repositioned himself while checking his surroundings one more time. Gunshot. Real bullet. But from where? It's alright, it's not a real bullet, and that sound was also not real. I produced that sound by calculating where the bullet would land to make this training feel more real. After hearing Alpha's explanation, Akira glanced at where the sound came from. He could not see the scorch mark that should have been there if it was a real bullet. It was indeed as Alpha explained. That sound came from Akira's augmented reality due to Alpha. Akira sighed in relief after confirming Alpha's explanation, but his expression immediately turned grim. "I see, thank goodness. Wait, no. Where did it come from? How did I get surrounded? My information gathering device didn't pick up anything though?" "If you're talking about that, there was actually a faint signal, you know? Although, since you don't have my support, it's really hard to notice that signal. Moreover, if they hide in locations where it's hard for your information gathering device to reach them, it would be even harder for you to detect them." When Alpha was giving that explanation to Akira, another bullet flew by next to him and landed not too far from him, making a banging sound. Akira was sticking close to the ground while moving and looking for enemies. He spotted a boy aiming for him from behind a wreckage. Akira immediately aimed his rifle at that boy, but before he could pull the trigger, that boy quickly took cover behind the wreckage. Akira himself understood that his shot did not hit. He noticed me? Did he evade that? How? His response time is just too fast no matter how you look at it. Alpha smiled amusedly. "That's because I told them beforehand to quickly hide after they take a shot." Akira frowned and looked at Alpha. He finally understood why she said that it would not be an easy win for him. So basically, his situation was reversed compared to the usuals. So, as you can see, they're the ones who have my support. Akira was fighting without Alpha's support, while his opponents had her support. "Enjoy the training." Alpha only said that and smiled mischievously at Akira. Akira thought that he was already surrounded, so he decided to quickly reposition himself. Alpha is supporting Ario and the other children, so basically they know my location all the time. I bet they also can see the trajectory line of the bullet in their goggles. I guess I have no other choice but to keep moving while taking cover at the same time. If I stop even for a bit, it'll be game over for me. Suddenly a barrage of bullets came from Akira's flank as if to confirm his guess. Judging from the sound, the barrage landed close to him. It seemed that the opponents were aiming properly at him. Akira scanned through all the positions around him where someone could shoot at him, checked for any signals in his information gathering device, and checked the area where he found signals. He kept moving to avoid getting shot. Due to that, anyone who tried to shoot at him, whether it was only a haphazard barrage or an accurate aiming, would need to stay out from hiding longer to take a good aim at him. He also made sure not to move too much on a straight line so that they could not get a good aim on him. Akira shifted his gaze from the wreckage to the young boy jumping out from behind it. He quickly aimed his rifle at that young boy and pulled the trigger more or less at the same time as the other boy. Judging from the sound, the bullet landed behind Akira. Akira was able to evade that shot, but he did not know if his shot got a hit or not. Since it was not like he shot a real bullet, it would not be obvious if his shot really hit. He could not tell if that boy was lying down on the ground because he got shot or because he tried to hide. He quickly changed his direction to that boy. If his shot did not hit, He wanted to use that chance to close the distance with the enemy, whose position he knew. He needed to finish that boy for good this time. Akira moved to a position where he could get a good shot at the boy from before. When he peeked out, he could see that boy lying flat on the ground. He thought that it meant his shot hit him as he ran past that boy. Right at the next moment, Akira could feel someone's presence from behind him. Akira spun around and readied his rifle. That boy from before was already standing back up and aiming at Akira. He was only faking death. Akira pulled the trigger even quicker than that boy. That boy was surprised as he flusteredly laid back on the ground again. He confirmed that his goggle was filled with red color as he did what they had agreed to beforehand. Akira protested to Alpha. Alpha, is that really okay? Of course. No one said that they can't lie on the ground unless they get shot, right? It's too naive of you to think that the enemies won't fake death. If this was a real fight, there's also a chance that you only temporarily knock them unconscious. So don't take your chance and make sure to shoot their head at least once. All right. Akira agreed with what Alpha said, but it still rubbed him the wrong way. Two boys suddenly jumped out behind Akira, not giving him any chance to relax. Akira quickly reacted to it as he made a 180-degree turn and jumped sideways, while at the same time returning shots at those two boys. But that action threw Akira off balance. Akira cut through the air and landed on one leg. That was when four other boys appeared and aimed at him. Akira knew that he was in a pinch. His brain automatically kicked to high gear as it boosted his consciousness. Inside that slowed-down world, Akira fixed his posture to evade the bullets coming from those boys and made a full circle spin with his right hand still pulling down on the trigger. He was able to evade the shots coming from 4 different directions while shooting back at the same time. He confirmed that his shots did hit, so he sighed in relief as he landed with his left hand on the ground, preventing him from falling over. But the moment his left hand touched the ground, his vision suddenly turned red. Someone had shot him. It was a properly aimed shot. Although it caught him off guard, Akira immediately lied down on the ground. Akira's vision turned back to normal. He could see Alpha pointing somewhere. Akira traced where she was pointing and saw Ario aiming at him. Ario was the one who shot him. Alpha looked at Akira and smiled. It's my win. You still have a long way to go. How much of that was your plan? Of course, everything from the start to the end. All of it. I see. Akira pouted a bit when he said that. He then stood up. Alpha pointed to where he was just before. Akira looked in that direction and frowned. Akira could see his corpse lying there. Of course, it was nothing more than an image reproduced by Alpha. Akira's corpse had holes on its head, neck, body and limbs as it was bleeding very badly. Some of its body parts were drowned in blood or just simply shredded to pieces. It was the result if they were using real bullets. During his training in the past, Akira had seen what would happen if he could not fight back a monster, and at that time the place ended up being filled with the images of his corpse. Akira mumbled, "It has been quite a while since the last time I saw this. So basically this is what would happen if it was real bullets, huh?" Although, to be more precise, in order for that to happen, they would need to use a pretty powerful bullet since his augmented suit also provided a level of protection for Akira, excluding his head. So it was still pretty accurate to say that a normal bullet would kill Akira like that if he got hit on his head. Alpha smiled teasingly at Akira and said, "So there you have it. Aren't you glad that it wasn't real bullets?" "I can't agree more." Akira smiled bitterly as he said that. Rebuild World Chapter 150, Shijima's Disaster. After they finished a round, Akira and the other children grouped up. They lined up in front of Akira, who looked a bit dejected as he said to them, "So that's basically the gist of it. Anyone has any questions? If not, then let's do another round." Ario and his friends asked all kinds of questions. Akira answered them one by one while listening to Alpha's explanation too. "We can see all kinds of things in the goggles. What is with that? The training system is taking care of most of the things in the background. It's mostly focused on adjusting your movement as a group, but it also gives individual orders through your goggles. If you follow those orders accurately, you can learn how to fight. Next, how do you know our locations? And how does it decide when one of us gets shot? It's connected to the information gathering device in my vehicle, and it does calculations based on the data from your goggles and the aiming device of your rifle. Next, the trajectory line from the muzzle sometimes vanishes suddenly. What should I do when that happens? Reload a new magazine. Is properly counting the ammo inside your magazine. If your magazine is empty, the trajectory line would vanish. It's so that you can learn to protect each other when you reload a new magazine. At the moment, it's set so that you can still shoot for a while even after your magazine is empty, but I'll have to change that soon. Next, I can always see the location of the other people in my goggles. Is this really effective as a training? It's only available to you guys, but not for me. I also don't get that trajectory line nor the specific order from the training system. I'm basically fighting you guys while you guys know my exact position at all times. So use that advantage to corner me or to sneak on me. Basically, follow the orders shown by the training system and learn how to fight from that. Although it's impossible to know your opponent's location anytime during a real fight, you can actually set a situation where you can do something similar to that. For example, if you install expensive information gathering devices in all places inside the base and install a security system to support it, you should be able to get a similar situation. Next, there was no more question, so Akira decided to stop the queue. A session there. No more questions, huh? Then let's do another round. But Ario flusteredly stopped Akira. Wait for a sec. So basically we're the only ones who know your location all the time? And that's not the case for Akira-san? No one was asking questions since they were shocked when they heard that from Akira. Akira then casually replied, "Yeah, I don't get anything like that." "Oh really? This won't be much of a training if I don't at least have that much handicap. Not to mention we have different equipment too. Unlike you guys, I have my augmented suit and my information gathering device. So without that handicap, it would be a one-way fight and that would not help anyone." Ario and the other children were dumbfounded. They thought that Akira could also see through rubbles and wreckages like them. They thought that Akira was also receiving instructions from the training system like them. But that was not the case. They had that many advantages, but even so, they were only barely able to win in an 8 versus 1 fight. Without that much handicap, they would not be able to give any meaningful fight to Akira. Their difference in strength left those children in shock. Seeing that no one asked anything more, Akira urged them to move on. "So no more questions? Let's restart the training then." They finally snapped back to reality. Then one of the children sheepishly asked Akira, I can't read the instructions, so what should I do?" "Just follow the indicators in the map and try to make a guess from there." Akira completely forgot the possibility that some of them could not read. It made him feel a bit conflicted, remembering that he also could not read until recently. They then had a few rounds after that. Both sides fought desperately in each round. Akira's victory ratio was 50%. Most of the rounds ended up either with Akira shooting down all of his opponents or Ario's side using one of the boys as a decoy to shoot Akira. Alpha adjusted the training to be like that. Akira suddenly asked Alpha a question while hiding behind a cover. "But still, I didn't expect them to get this strong just by following your instructions. Although, unlike in my case, I bet they don't always move following your orders." "You're right. After all, back in the Kazusuhara ruin, there was a time when you took an action against my instruction, right?" Akira remembered that blunder back in Kazusuhara ruin and smiled wryly. "I'm really sorry about that." Alpha lightly giggled. "Well, I do all kinds of adjustment in the background though. For example, when I give them an instruction to go right, they would need to read that instruction, understand the instruction and check if it's safe first before actually following that instruction. So if they take 10 seconds to go through this process, I'll adjust it to show that instruction 10 seconds earlier before it's actually needed. That way they'll move much more efficiently." "You're even doing something like that, huh? How did you know that it'll take 10 seconds?" "Through a lot of different methods. For example, I measure the lag between when I send an instruction into their goggle until they actually execute that order. I also do other adjustments depending on the psychological state of the receiver, how nervous or tired they are, or if they're in a dangerous situation, or how difficult the order is. Akira nodded in amazement. I see, that's really a lot of things to consider and adjust. Well, your support did help a slum city kid who recklessly went to Kazusuhara Ruin to look for relics to return alive. And that boy is now doing pretty well as a hunter. So I guess it's only to be expected for you to be able to do that much, huh? Yep, that's true. Aren't you glad that you got to meet me? Yeah, I'm really grateful to you. I'll return back the favor by completing your request, so wait patiently until I can do that. Okay? Although Akira sounded like he was being cynical, he did not lie. He really felt thankful to Alpha, and he was planning to complete her request no matter how long it would take him. Alpha could see through him and smiled satisfied. Yup, I'll be counting on you. By the way, how strong are they now since they have your support? Remember back then when you saved Elena and Sarah in Kazusuhara Ruin? They're basically slightly weaker than you from that time. Not too long after that, there was no further problem at all. Shirjima originally planned to take over Cheryl's gang if Akira died due to the dangerous nature of his job as a hunter. But Akira was able to survive and was doing fine. So Shirjima did not make any big moves. The most that he could do was only visiting Cheryl's base from time to time to check if Akira was still alive. Then one day, a certain hunter caused trouble inside the gang's territory. That hunter was causing a ruckus since he was being chased by someone. Gangs in Slum City like Shijima's were also functioning as guards in the area. So if someone armed caused trouble in their territories, it was crucial for them to deal with that person with force. If they ignored something like that, it would not only damage the protection money income that they were receiving in the worst-case scenario, it might cause other gangs to look down on them and attack them. Normally, Shirjima would demand compensation money from these troublemakers and let them go. He was willing to negotiate if it was needed, but he rather not if he was given the choice. It was important to let people know that they had the ability to take care of these troublemakers. So if those hunters paid him with money, then that would be enough. Shirjima usually checked the identity of the hunter before dealing with that hunter. That was when the real problem arose. That hunter was Akira. Shirjima was being careful of Akira. It was not because of Akira's strength, but it was more because of his unstable personality. After all, he once came to Shijima's base fully expecting a fight. For people who did not want to die, someone who did not hesitate to challenge anyone even if he or she was weaker like Akira, was someone that they needed to be careful with. But for the sake of the reputation of the gang, he could not afford to just let Akira go. While on the other hand, it was not worth trying to provoke him since it was almost certain that he would fight back. Shirjima just did not know what to do with this single hunter. That was when another information reached Shirjima. Akira was a careless person who let his wallet get stolen, and he was a coward who ran away when another young hunter threatened him. It was a piece of information that destroyed Shijima's image of Akira. After hearing that, Shirjima was even more confused than before. It was either his mistake for being careful of Akira, or it was because Akira's behavior changed after he was about to get killed somewhere in the wasteland, or maybe the information that he received was simply wrong information. Shirjima could not decide which one was the correct guess. So in the end, Shirjima asked Viola to investigate more about Akira. He knew well about how bad Viola was, but he had also heard how skilled she was. He also heard that he would not have any trouble with her as long as he did not antagonize her. Viola was able to finish that request in a short time. Then, right now, the reason why Shirjima was so frustrated was because he was listening to the result of that request from Viola herself. Shirjima shouted at Viola, who he was talking with through his information terminal. God damn it. Are you kidding me? What the heck is going on? Explain everything to me. All I asked is to get some pickpocket to aim for him to poke for his reaction. So how in the world did it turn into sending an armed group to Cheryl's base? In contrast to Shirjima, Viola replied calmly. Good grief, calm down for a bit, will you? Although the situation went out of control, it was enough to give a good result for our main objective to check for his response, right? Not to mention you did say you're not fully satisfied with only doing that, right? So we might as well consider ourselves lucky here. It was Viola's job to spread information to the information brokers all over the slum city that Akira was an easy target for pickpockets. The original request for that came from Shirjima. He did that to check how Akira reacted to pickpockets. But Viola's calm answer only caused Shirjima to get angrier. Lucky, you say? Then how in the world did that attack get connected to me? You're the one who provoked them, right? I have nothing to do with them. Geez, can you stop accusing me? I have nothing to do with those robbers too. I just spread that information like you asked me to. Then those robbers chose to attack Cheryl's base using that wrong information as the basis of their decision. I spread that information because you made a request to me. Just think about what would happen if Akira discovered that. Akira might misunderstand and think that those robbers attacked Cheryl's base because of you. I'm just reminding you of that possibility here. It's true that you're aiming for Cheryl's base, right? And it's true that you want Akira dead too, right? You have no connection to the robbers and it was not like you paid them to attack Cheryl's base either. I'm just telling you here that I can't say for sure if Akira would believe that, you know? Shijima's face turned grim. It was because he understood Viola's point. More than that, he also knew that there was a good chance Viola had done something to make Akira misunderstand the situation. So in short, if Viola wanted to, she could have manipulated Akira and Shirjima to fight each other. Shirjima already knew Akira's strength since he heard about that from Viola herself. Akira once completed a request in Kazusuhara Ruin that earned him more than 10 million orum. He also successfully hunted a bounty monster. He then went to Mihazono Ruin Saranthal building, which even the city management judged to be a dangerous place, and returned back with 50 million orum. And not too long ago he killed 8 armed hunters all by himself. Viola had gathered all of those proofs of Akira's strength before sending them to Shirjima. Akira was already too strong for Shirjima to handle. The current Akira was strong enough to decimate Shijima's gang while having some leeway. Messing with the current Akira would be very risky. Shijima's expression was more of desperation than anger. His voice also reflected the same thing. So what do you want? But Viola just smiled and casually replied with something unexpected. Oh my, I didn't demand anything from you though. We're only talking here since I want to give you my report for your request plus some extra service based on my policy to hold my customers dear. So, was it useful information? Normally you would need to pay to get information like that, you know? Or is that you prefer not to know anything? Was it something that I shouldn't have done? I'm sorry if it was. I'll make sure not to do that again next time. Oh. Let's keep on doing this training so that Cheryl's gang would get more fighting power. That way they would not bother you that much. Akira then remembered Ario and the other children who were so tired after the fight that they looked like they would faint any time. To be honest, I'm not sure if they would come for another training though. When that happens, we can just ask for Cheryl's help. I'm sure that she won't say no. Well, that's true, but still. It was not a bad idea for Cheryl's gang. So it was very likely that Cheryl would say yes to that. Moreover, Ario and the other children could not say no if it was an order from Cheryl. After all, if they did, Cheryl would kick them out from the gang. Akira felt a bit sorry for Ario and the other children. After they finished their training, all of them returned to Cheryl's base. In contrast to Akira, who seemed still full of vigor, Ario and the other children looked so tired as if they were forced to do long-hour labor work. Seeing that, Cheryl's men could not help but feel scared. Cheryl told them to take a rest before she headed to her private room together with Akira. Akira gave a small explanation to Cheryl about the training and said, "Well, so that's the gist of it. I'm thinking of doing this training regularly. The equipment that we use for the training is paid with the money from back then when we had that deal with Katsuragi. I think it's a good idea to use that money for something like this. If you ask me how is it useful to me, it also serves as a training for me." Cheryl smiled happily and said to Akira, "Thank you very much. I'm sure Ario and the other children would be happy too." Akira questioned for a second whether Cheryl said that because she knew that was true for sure, or because she only guessed that it was true, or because she only said that as not to worsen his mood, or because she knew it was beneficial for her gang to say so. Akira looked at Cheryl more intently than usual. She was smiling at him. To Akira, it did not seem that she was only acting. and even if it was, he did not have the skill to notice that. Cheryl realized what Akira was trying to do there, so she confusedly asked him, "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Akira decided not to let that bother him too much. It was up to Cheryl and her gang whether to continue the training or not. It was not something for him to worry about. Cheryl observed Akira's reaction carefully. She understood that he had something in his mind, but he decided to just stop thinking about that. Just to be safe, she reevaluated what she just did there. "I'm sure I didn't say anything that might offend Akira. It should be all right. Is it better if I ask him what he is thinking about?" "No," Akira said that it's nothing, so it might be better not to ask him. Cheryl still had her usual smile on her face as she thought about a lot of things in the back of her mind on how to make sure not to offend Akira, make him like her, and make him keep supporting the gang. Cheryl then said to Akira, "There's something else that I want to talk about. I got a call from Shirjima. He said that he wants to meet me and Akira. What should we do?" "Shirjima? Who's that?" "He's the boss of another gang." "He's the boss of a gang that you once visited." "Oh, that one? If it's about gang business, you alone should be enough, right?" "No, he specifically asked to meet you sometime soon." "Why?" "It's just my guess. He might want to check if we're okay after that shootout in the base. I believe he wants to confirm that we're not trying to hide if you or I are wounded or killed." Akira agreed with Cheryl's guess. "Ah, so it's about that, huh?" If he refused without a good reason, Shirjima might think that Cheryl's gang had lost Akira's support, and that would definitely cause more troubles later. Rebuild World Chapter 151 Viola's Plan. Tyal was walking through the slum city in the middle of the night. When he arrived at his destination, he readied his rifle and stormed through a broken door. The flashlight equipped on his rifle provided vision in that pitch-black room as he checked all four corners of that room. But he found no one. He clicked his tongue and took out his information terminal. Immediately made a call with a grim face. "Hey, she's not here either. All the information that I got from you are false, aren't they? Are you sure that information that she's living here is correct?" A woman's voice came out from Tyal's terminal. Unlike Tyal, who sounded desperate, that woman's voice was the exact opposite. Well, she should have been there at least a week ago. Freshness is important for information. It's normal to encounter something like this out of old information. Tyal's face twitched with anger. He then shouted at his terminal. "It's normal to encounter something like this. Are you kidding me? You do know the situation that I'm in, right?" Not being concerned about Tyal's anger, that woman replied with a light threat. "I'm not kidding here. In the first place, are you taking this seriously? You didn't pay anything and demanded me for information. Then to top it off, you still complain to me? Don't get ahead of yourself. In all honesty, I don't really care even if you die." That was enough to immediately shut Tyal down. He sounded scared and desperate at the same time as he said, "I'm sorry, but I did explain to you my situation, right? I'm in a really bad situation. I was the one who brought those attackers to the base, you know? In the worst case scenario, I might get kicked out of the gang. So if I can find and drag that pickpocket who Akira is looking for, I might be forgiven. Otherwise, this is really bad. Damn it. Why did this happen to me?" Tyal was pulling his hair out. But then the woman gently said to him as if to cheer him up, "Just keep following my instructions from here and on. If you do, I'll give you some good info." He replied as if he was begging that woman, "Please, I'm relying on you. This is my only hope." "Well then, for now, just look around the room. You might be able to find some clues about where she's living now." "All right." Tyal started searching the inside of the room just as he was told to. He did not notice that he was actually being used. Akira and Cheryl went to Shijima's base since Shirjima said he wanted to meet Akira. Cheryl was wearing her refitted old world dress while Akira was in his augmented suit and was fully armed. They looked much different compared to when they came there for the first time. The guards who saw Cheryl and Akira approaching the base could not help but feel nervous. Both of them showed that they had the money and the power. That guard was originally still looking down on Cheryl and her gang, but seeing them now, he could not afford to look down on them anymore. That man kept his guard up as he said, "Akira and Cheryl, right? Boss is waiting inside, I'll take you to him. But I'll need you to leave your weapons with us." Akira swiftly replied, "No." That man frowned and tried to intimidate Akira. "We're not kidding here." Akira did not wince back at all. He just casually replied, "Neither am I. I keep getting attacked lately, so I'm being more careful than usual at the moment. Sorry." That man scanned Akira's equipment once more. HNA-2D assault rifles were dangling on his waist, while on his back, he was carrying CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun. He obviously did not come in peace. That man could not help but to make a grim face when he imagined the damage that would result if the gang fought Akira. "Good grief, you came here with all of those weapons. Are you planning to fight us or something?" "No, I have no intention to fight any of you. Although, it's completely out of my control if something were to happen that might cause a fight." That man gave up trying to convince Akira and shifted to Cheryl. "Are you really okay with this?" Cheryl seemed a bit troubled as she replied, "Since Akira said no, it's not like I can do anything to change his mind. And he is here to protect me too. So if you say that we can't pass unless we give up our weapons, then it can't be helped, we have no other choice but to leave." The man clicked his tongue. "Wait here for a bit." He then went into the base, gave his report, and returned back to Cheryl and Akira. "Boss said that it's okay. Follow me, and don't try anything funny." Judging from that guard's face, it seemed that they actually did not want to let Akira and Cheryl into the base. Akira and Cheryl were guided to a big guest room. Shirjima welcomed them with a suspicious smile. "Thanks for coming, come and sit." Cheryl went and took a seat on the sofa, while Akira stood near Cheryl and scanned the room, registering everyone inside the room in his mind. He could see there were some people behind Shirjima and they were all armed. Shirjima noticed what Akira was doing there, and said to him, "Don't worry, it's just to be safe. And since you're armed too, I won't accept any complaint. Okay?" "It's fine." Akira saw some familiar faces among them. It was Carol and Viola. Carol was fully armed too. She smiled at Akira and lightly waved at him, while Viola was sitting casually next to Shirjima. Cheryl saw that small exchange between Akira and Carol. She tried her best to hold the emotion that was welling up inside her, as she barely kept her calm and her usual smile. Cheryl then asked Shirjima a question. "So then what kind of business do you want to talk about today?" "Well, first things first, I heard that some people attacked your place. I'm glad that both of you are okay." "Thank you for your concern. We lost some people too, so I can't really say that we're totally fine. But thanks to Akira, I believe that the damage was kept to a minimum. Selling relics is really profitable after all, so it's no surprise that some people would target you. And also, it seems that more and more people are gathering around your territory. If your gang that is maintaining order in that area is gone, it would cause trouble for us too. So I'm glad that you're fine." Shirjima and Cheryl sounded like they were talking about mundane stuff from the outside, but behind that, they were actually probing each other's real intentions. They were trying to probe for reactions when they brought up different subjects, and then they would guess each other's intention judging from the reactions they got. Akira thought that if it was only mundane stuff like that, they could just talk about it through a call. He did not think too deep as he was listening to their conversation, but after Alpha explained what was going on between those two, he lightly nodded. "I bet they're trying to do something like that at the moment. So gang bosses need to be able to even do something like that. Huh. Both of them are maintaining the outside and the inside of the gang with power after all, so it's important for them to be careful. Especially for Cheryl since her gang got attacked. Although she has you supporting the gang, there's a need for her to take care of the aftermath. As for Shirjima, I bet he thought that Cheryl's gang was nothing but a small weak neighboring gang. But then that gang has started selling relics and earning enough money to even get targeted by robbers. And if you have money you can hire people and get good weapons. So in this case, It would mean that the gang that Shurjima thought of as nothing suddenly transformed into a well-growing and expanding gang. So it's understandable for him to get information on that gang. Being a boss for a gang sounds like a lot of work. Akira mumbled as if it had nothing to do with him when most of Shijima's and Cheryl's worries were mainly caused by him. It seemed that Akira simply did not know about that at the moment. Cheryl and Shurjima spent some time talking about mundane stuff while probing each other's intention. That was when Viola suddenly interjected. It's all good and fine if both of you want to build up your friendship, but it might be a good idea to get into the main subject soon. Shurjima frowned and made a grim face. He looked at Viola without saying anything as if he was reproaching her. Cheryl seemed a bit confused while she was checking Viola and Shurjima. In that situation, Viola was just smiling confidently there. Viola still looked rather relaxed when she continued. If it's hard for you to bring it up, I can explain it in your place, you know. Shurjima took a small pause. It seemed that he had to make his resolve before replying. All right, go ahead, please. Cheryl, who saw that, thought. Shurjima is intimidated by that woman? Are they acquaintance or something? I don't really know what's going on here, but what exactly do they want to talk about? Cheryl raised her wariness as she shifted her focus to Viola. Viola reacted with a smile that somehow broke Cheryl's poker face. Cheryl could not help but to make an uneasy expression. Viola's smile was covertly expressing a provocation toward someone inexperienced. So Cheryl stiffened her expression as to not break her poker face any further. Viola shifted her gaze to Akira. She smiled at him and said, "To be honest, it's actually something related to Akira." Akira frowned. Me? Yep, you've been targeted by pickpocket lately, right? I'm sure you've been dealing with a lot of those pickpockets who bought a particular piece of information from some information broker. Akira's expression immediately changed. He looked slightly annoyed. So, what about that? About the source of that info, it's actually us. We're sorry. Since Viola just laid it out straight at him like that, Akira needed a bit of time before he processed it. But the moment he fully understood what she said, he instinctively replied in a low voice which reflected his real feeling. Oh. Akira's mood suddenly turned for the worse. His face turned expressionless and was filled with hostility. His casual standing posture also slightly shifted, so that he could reach for his rifles and jump into action any time. It was rather amazing that both of his hands that were lowered had not reached for his rifles yet, while at the same time, it was also visible that he was holding himself back from reaching for his rifles. Although all of them had different thoughts running on their mind, that was one thing which everyone agreed on. Viola tried to hide the cold sweat running down her skin as she shifted her gaze from Akira to Cheryl. She then smiled gently at Cheryl and said, "Since it's also related to your gang, if it's okay, can you let us know your opinion too?" My opinion? Yes. You lost some of your men during the attack. So I want to know your opinion as the boss of the gang. It would be great if you can understand that we have nothing to do with those robbers, but if you can't believe us, then we understand that too. Which in that case, I want to discuss the incident with you. To be honest, we want to resolve this peacefully. Of course, I'm okay with it if you want to discuss it with Akira first. Cheryl frowned. She needed extra courage to talk with Akira in his current mood. She also had no idea how far he believed Viola's explanation. She did not know how much it would worsen his mood if she defended Viola. In the worst-case scenario, Akira might think that she was defending an enemy, and it might cause him to abandon her. Even if she said that she did not know what to do, that in itself might be a bad decision. After all, Akira might think that it should have been an obvious decision and there was no need to think about it any further. Cheryl did think of not believing everything that Viola said, but she immediately ruled out that choice. After all, if she did that, that would mean that Akira's bad reputation pushed the robbers to attack Cheryl's gang. So in short, Akira was dragged into more trouble because he was involved with Cheryl's gang. And that would be enough of a reason for him to abandon her. So of course Cheryl could not afford to do that. Viola was pushing Cheryl to make her decision even though both of them were equally bad decisions for her. And most likely, even if Cheryl chose to not say anything, Viola might have a plan to use that for her own benefit too. That woman called me here together with Akira in order to talk about this subject in front of Akira. If I have to make a guess, it's in order to hold Akira back. Both of them had no plans to check if we're okay right from the start. But in the first place, why would they bring this up? Is it to reduce the damage if Akira finds out about it later? Or is it to check how much I can affect Akira's decision? Or is it for something else? I really have no idea at all. I don't understand what this woman is thinking. Thinking about it only caused Cheryl to become more suspicious, and that suspicion gave birth to nervousness. Cheryl's poker face was slowly crumbling. Viola was smiling as usual. It seemed that no matter which answer Cheryl gave, she would be able to make good use of it. Akira's mood was pretty bad. He was ready to take action if anyone made a suspicious move. Although he understood that his stance only made the situation tenser and more dangerous, he was not able to try to calm himself down. That was when Alpha smiled and casually said to him, "Akira, you got a call from Shizuka." "From Shizuka-san. If you want to answer it, at least say something first. If you try to pull out your information terminal in this state, they might misunderstand and think that you are trying to reach for your rifle." Akira's expression did not change and his voice was still as calm and cold as before when he suddenly said to everyone, "I got a call from a friend. Is it okay if I answer it?" Normally, people would scorn him and tell him to just ignore the call since they were in the middle of an important discussion, but in order to improve the mood there, everyone agreed not to tell that to Akira. So Viola replied as the representative of everyone else in the room, "Sure, go ahead." Akira slowly reached for his information terminal and answered the call. "It's Akira." "Oh." "Hello, it's Shizuka. There's something I want to ask you. Is it a good time? Or at least that's what I want to say. Should I just call again some other time?" "No, it's fine." "Is that so? If you're busy, I can just call again later. You know? It sounds like you're in a rather bad mood over there. If I called you at a bad time, I'm really sorry." "No, I'm sorry. Can you please keep the call open and wait for a bit?" "HM? Sure." Akira pulled his information terminal away from his ear. He then took a deep breath and did that several times in front of everyone. After he forced himself to calm down to some degree and his expression was mostly returned back to normal, he then continued his call with Shizuka. "Thank you for waiting. Do I sound better now? Or do I still sound pretty bad?" Shizuka gently replied to that question. "It's okay, you sound like the usual you now." Akira actually had not fully returned to his usual self. Shizuka only said that since she thought that it would calm him down. And in reality it did calm Akira down. Akira then apologetically said to her, "I'm really sorry, it's just that something bad happened and it really annoyed me. There are a lot of things that I have to deal with when I'm working as a hunter." "Don't worry, I know how hard it is being a hunter." Akira was relieved. It seemed that Shizuka did not mind. With that, his mood had mostly returned to normal. Shizuka then returned back to the real reason why she called him. "Well, let's return to the main subject then. You asked me to help you choose your new equipment, remember? I actually came up with some suggestions and so I want to check them with you. I'll send the data to you, so take your time and check all of them. Or at least that's what I want to say, but some of them are only available for a limited time, you see." "For a limited time, huh?" "Yep. After all, your budget is 400 million orum and expensive equipment are usually available for only a limited time, you see. Moreover, some of the merchants who are worried about their revenue might be willing to give a big discount if you pay for their goods soon. As in matter of fact, some of them are only available for the next 2 hours. That's why I hurried up and called you." "I see, thank you very much." "Likewise, thank you very much for entrusting our shop with such a big deal." But then Shizuka's businesslike voice immediately changed to a very gentle one. "I don't know what just happened to you, but as I said before, I can at least listen to your worry, okay?" "Okay." Akira sounded a bit happy when he said that. "Well then, see you next time." Shizuka sounded relieved as she ended the call with that remark. Akira then put back his information terminal and realized that everyone in the room was looking at him. Although they had different expressions, it was more than obvious that everyone was looking at him. He found that weird. But he then remembered that he was in the middle of a discussion with Viola. Ah, right, we were in the middle of a discussion, right? I have no plans to cause an unnecessary fight either. But if there's something else that you want to talk about regarding the gang, like maybe the peace money, then you can just talk it out with Cheryl. I don't want to have anything to do with the war between gangs. As long as Cheryl doesn't ask me to get involved, I have no plans to get involved. You okay with that too, right, Cheryl? Cheryl flusteredly said. Why yes, I'm okay if you say so, Akira. So there you have it. Akira looked at everyone and casually said so. Akira's bad mood was completely erased. As a matter of fact, he sounded rather happy, as if everything that happened until now was nothing but an illusion. The mood in the room had completely relaxed. Except for one person, Shirjima still had a stern expression plastered on his face. He remembered what his men reported to him when Akira came to his base for the first time. Akira dragged the corpse of one of Shijima's men, Wataba, all the way to Shijima's base, and Akira was the one who killed Wataba. Shirjima then heard the full report of what had happened from one of his men. It seemed that the moment Akira killed Wataba said something about threatening Akira's acquaintance. According to that report, when Wataba was about to mention a name, Akira did not hesitate at all and quickly shot him. From what I heard, that person is the owner of a weapon shop. And judging from the conversation just now, it seemed that it's about buying some equipment. So in short, there's a good chance that Call was with that shop owner. And that alone was enough to fix his mood. I bet that Akira likes that person and thinks dearly of that person. So, is that person the same person who Wataba was about to mention? In the first place, why did Akira kill Wataba? Is it really because Wataba threatened him? But if that's really the case, he should have killed Wataba way sooner, right? Don't tell me that he killed Wataba because he was about to mention that person's name. Did he really kill Wataba just to stop Wataba from mentioning that person's name? Just so that other people won't know about that person? Is that really all the reason? Shijima's face puckered in. That was right when Viola opened her mouth. Akira, who was Dash? Shirjima could imagine Viola asking Akira who that was, since Akira seemed to be enjoying talking to that person. And if it was okay with him, Viola also wanted to know that person's name. So Shirjima could not help but instinctively interject her. Viola. Akira said so too, so let's just proceed with the discussion. You've already decided what to do to apologize for causing so much trouble to Akira, right? So let's proceed with that. Viola was both surprised and confused since Shirjima suddenly cut in while half-shouting. Viola did not expect that at all. Shirjima looked intensely at her. She understood that Shirjima was trying to tell her not to ask any unnecessary questions. Viola tried to change the mood as she smiled at Akira and Cheryl, and said, You're right. First of all, I'll exaggerate the information about you killing those robbers and spread that information around. That way, no one would look down on you and Cheryl's gang. Cheryl smiled and replied, Thank you for that offer. A lot of my men are worried about it, so I'm sure they'll be happy to hear it. To be honest, that would only help Cheryl's gang. So for our apology to Akira, we'll help you take care of that pickpocket whom you're searching for. Akira thought that it was rather strange for Viola to bring that up. Take care. Oh. Yes, you asked Cheryl's men to look for that pickpocket, right? I'm sure that we have a wider net to look and kill that pickpocket compared to if you're working alone. Although, of course, we can't help you much if that pickpocket runs to the inner wall or to a different city. Akira thought for a bit before replying. No, that won't be necessary. Viola did not expect that at all. Oh my, what's wrong? If you want to kill that pickpocket yourself, we can secure that pickpocket alive, you know? That's not what I meant. If you do that, then if something troublesome were to happen later, you have an excuse to blame that on me. That's why you don't need to do it. Viola thought for a sec. But you won't tell me not to do it, right? Even if I tell you to do it or not to do it, either way that will be enough reason to blame it on me, right? So as I said, I won't tell you anything. Viola took a few more seconds to think before opening her mouth again. I see. In that case, we'll just do what we want to do. Even if we spread that information around, as long as that pickpocket is still alive and still roaming around somewhere, it might cause some contradiction with the information that we're about to spread. So we need to make sure at least that pickpocket is not around the area. You don't mind if we do that, right? I'm in no position to tell you what to do and what not to do, so you decide by yourself on what to do. All right. Shurjima sounded a bit arrogant as he said to Cheryl, "That's all that we want to talk about with you today. If you have nothing else to say, you can leave now. It's rather troublesome to have someone as heavily armed as you inside my base when you're not a part of my gang. So now that a bigger problem than that is over, it would be great if you can leave quickly." "Very well. We'll take our leave then." Cheryl stood up from the sofa and lightly bowed at Shurjima. Shurjima did not say anything as he just signaled one of his men to escort Akira and Cheryl out of the base. Akira and Cheryl followed that man and left the room. As Viola confirmed that Akira and Cheryl left the room and closed the door, she immediately looked at Shurjima and confusedly asked him, "So then what was that just now? I bet you have a reason why you cut me back there, right?" Shurjima lightly sighed before saying anything. "It's just to be safe. Just think of it as me saving you there. I don't mind telling you, but you'll owe me one for that." Viola thought for a bit since owing a favor to someone meant a lot for her. But for the current Viola, that did not outweigh her curiosity. She wanted to know why Shurjima did that. "Sure then, I owe you one favor. So why was that?" "Very well then." Shurjima looked at his men without saying anything and his men immediately left the room. Viola then looked at Carol. "Huh. It can't be helped then, don't blame if you get killed when I'm not around, okay?" Although Carol did not like that idea, she also left the room while half-jokingly said that to Viola. Akira escorted Cheryl back to the slum city. Cheryl's dress was rather conspicuous there. She was still somewhere not too far from the base and was already gathering a lot of attention from the people around. She was not trying to hide her expensive dress under a coat or anything. She walked confidently through the slum city. It was also to let people know that Akira was still alive. It could be said both of them were children of the slum who reached success. People looked at them with amazement, envy and jealousy as both of them walked through the slum city. Cheryl glanced at Akira who was walking next to her and thought, who was Akira talking to back then? Is it someone that he cares that much? Even a short exchange with that person is enough to cheer him up. Who is exactly that person? And what is Akira's relation with that person? It must be someone dear to him that Akira would even answer her call in that situation. She could just ask Akira, but she did not want to. And even if she did, Akira might just give her a random answer. Something like it was his acquaintance and nothing more. As Cheryl thought so, even if she pressed for an answer, it would only worsen Akira's mood and he might only tell her not to ask him that question. In the end, Cheryl could not ask Akira anything since she was scared of the difference between herself and that person. I still have a long way to go. Although Akira was there within her reach, to Cheryl, his existence was someone far away from her. Even after hearing the explanation from Shurjima, Viola was smiling amusedly. That was a rather interesting story. It was worth owing you a favor. Shurjima looked both alert and exasperated as he said, I don't care what you are going to do with that information, but just don't drag me into your mess. I have no plans to be overly antagonistic against that boy. Viola's smile towards Shurjima was also saying that she found it rather unfortunate. Oh my, I can say the same too, you know. I have no plans to be overly antagonistic against that boy too. Shurjima understood that although both of them said the same thing, there was a subtle difference in their meanings. He looked at Viola as if to silently warn her not to get him involved. He then sighed and changed the subject. So then, what's your plan with this Alna? Of course I'll look for that pickpocket and kill her. That's our plan right from the start, right? Akira also did say that it's okay for us to do it as long as we don't mention anything about him, right? To me it sounded more like, don't do anything unnecessary though. Is that so? I guess that's a matter of interpretation. I don't mind if you want to stay away from it since you interpret it that way, but I'll decide what I'll do according to my own interpretation. But if after all is done and Akira comes after you, who did not move a finger to do anything, believing you're mocking him, don't come crying to me, okay? So what are you going to do? Viola smiled smugly. In contrast to that, Shurjima looked rather troubled. All right, I'll send some of my men to help you. Although, to be honest, I really don't want to help you with your plan. I heard that you cheaply bought a debt bond of a hunter that Akira has his eyes on. If you can use this chance to make peace with Akira, the worth of that debt bond will return back to normal, and you'll be able to sell it to get extra profit, right? Viola smiled rather annoyedly. Oh, keep it a secret, okay? Oh. Judging from her expression, Shurjima knew for sure that Viola had other reasons in her mind, but he decided not to ask any further since he did not want to get dragged into her mess. So to make sure that he had nothing to do with it, Shurjima changed the subject. By the way, I heard that Cheryl is Akira's lover. Do you think that's true? It might as well be, or at least according to the information that I gathered, it seems that it's true. I heard he did buy her an expensive dress and took a bath together with her. He's basically taking care of her. Well, with that being said, there are many kinds of relationships that you can simply express with the word lover. Some of them are dating out of love to each other. Some of them are dating because it's beneficial to both of them. Some relationships are one-sided while others are just straight predatory. Like I said, there are many types of relationship that you can express with the word lover, so I don't think there's any problem with that. Well, that's true when we're talking about possibilities. But I'm talking about Akira's real intention here. Cheryl is, what can I say, she might be just a decoy, you see. Although he seems to be extremely angry with that pickpocket who stole his wallet, he didn't seem that angry about those robbers that attacked Cheryl's base. Back then, even when he had his lover next to him, he didn't show any worry in that situation. I believe that it's not an exaggeration to say that Akira doesn't care much about Cheryl. But even so, he did buy her an expensive dress and protected her gang from robbers. From this point of view, it can be said that Akira thinks dearly of Cheryl. So if you think about these two contradicting things, he might be just protecting Cheryl to make her a decoy, huh? Being a hunter means that you might earn some grudges from other people, and everyone would love to get a good hunter under their thumb. There might be people who would take his lover hostage to threaten him too. So Akira's real lover might actually be that person whom he was talking to back then. That's what you want to say, right? Yeah, that's my guess. Shurjima thought that if Cheryl was only a decoy, he might be able to use the gap in that relationship. But Viola casually replied, I don't think there's anything you need to worry about though. The most important thing is how you'll treat Cheryl. Even if Cheryl is really just a decoy, if you do anything bad to her, I'm sure Akira would do something to make sure that you won't think of her as a decoy. As long as you don't do anything to make him your enemy and don't even think of taking Cheryl hostage, I'm sure that it'll not affect you that much. You're right about that. Shurjima agreed with what Viola said and stopped thinking any further about that subject. He had no wish to be hostile against Akira. But Viola just would not let that subject go. Viola smiled as if she just thought of something good, but her expression was immediately replaced with her usual mysterious smile. Let's cut the silly talk here and talk about how are we going to get that Alna. Alright. Viola and Shurjima stayed for a while inside that room to talk about the details of their plan. Rebuild World Chapter 152 Those Who Sow Conflicts. Akira was training Ario and the other children again that day. They did the training session about 2 to 3 times per week depending on Akira's schedule. They would take a break if Akira was tired or busy or not in the mood, or just simply if he did not want to do it. While on the other hand, if Akira wanted to do it, they would do it all day. It was Cheryl's idea to treat Akira like that. Cheryl was planning to eventually reopen the relic shop, and it was obvious that she would be opening the shop even if Akira was not around. Once Akira started doing his hunter job again, he would not be able to frequent the base as much as he does now. Because of that, Cheryl needed her gang to be able to protect itself when she reopened the shop. She could get all the equipment that she needed from Katsuragi, but that was not the case for the human resource. She needed people who could fight properly. The training was voluntary, but in order to encourage people to take it, Cheryl would always happily praise those who took it. Because of that, the number of people joining the training kept increasing. At the moment, there were already more people who wanted to join the training than the number of available equipment. During the training, they would take turns doing mock battles, while those who could not join the mock battle because of the limited equipment would take a rest. Thanks to that, they were able to keep training for a longer time and they no longer had to stop the training because they were too tired. But that did not change the fact that all of them returned dead tired back to the base. The power difference between them and Akira was simply overwhelmingly hopeless. Although they tried their best and squeezed all of their power, they still got totally annihilated by Akira. It was a rather intense training for Ario and the other children. It really surprised and reminded them of Akira's strength, as they were desperately struggling to get stronger. Akira was having a hard time in his training too. He had Alpha criticizing him while he was fighting against the group that Alpha was commanding. The training ground was already filled with images of his corpses. In order to make up for their fighting power, the bullets from the training rifles were assumed to have enough firepower to break through Akira's augmented suit. Because of that, most of the images of his corpses were very gory. His current goal was to make his death count drop to 0 during the training. If he was able to achieve that, it would mean that his fighting skill has been considerably increased to the point that he had no problem fighting amateurs without Alpha's support. Akira moved quickly from one cover to another. He was able to see through enemies' attacks and evaded them, and before they could hide behind a cover, he quickly aimed his rifle at one of them and released a few shots. Once he got a confirmation from the system that his shots hit, he quickly ran at that boy, stopped for a bit and warned that boy that he just got shot. Make sure to lay down when you've confirmed that you got shot. Your friends can make a guess of where I am from their already dead friends, and it's a part of the training too. If you keep standing even after you get shot, others will mistake this area as a safe area and you'll be sabotaging their training. You know? I am sorry. The boy whom Akira just warned flusteredly laid down on the ground. He then glanced upward and saw Akira leaving him. He mumbled while still looking completely surprised. He can even tell if his shot hit or not from that distance, huh? It was true that the goggles would be dyed in red when they got shot, but that was only the goggles of the one who got shot. There was no notice sent to the other people when someone got shot. In the worst-case scenario, they might get even less useful than complete amateurs outside the training session. So considering the long-term benefit, I need to lower my support, and that's the reason why they can't even hold a proper fight against you right now. Akira smiled bitterly. That does hurt since I've been relying on your support. But Alpha smiled smugly and said, it's fine for you since I'm always around. Not to mention that you've been doing training like this where you don't rely on my support at all. In the first place, you almost got killed several times in the wasteland even with my support. So I honestly don't think you have the leeway to say that, you know? You can say something like that way later after you get even better at fighting. That's true. I need to get stronger first. But seriously, what are we going to do about this? It won't be much of a training for me if I keep one-sidedly beating them up. If this situation continued, Akira did not think that he might lose at all. He already had several overwhelming victories. So if they kept at it just like that, it would not be much of a training for both the parties. Alpha seemed to be thinking for a bit before she smiled amusedly and said, it can't be helped then. In that case, how about we put some handicap on you? Akira's vision suddenly changed. He could no longer see too far ahead and the sound around him was moderately damped. The sensitivity of his information terminal also significantly dropped. Akira looked a bit surprised. Alpha, is this the effect from the colorless mist? Yes. I'm trying to imitate the effect when you're in the middle of a colorless mist. It's just an imitation, so don't worry. It's not like you're really inside a colorless mist. Akira seemed relieved. It was just simply a handicap to reduce his winning chance, and it was not like he was really inside a colorless mist. He then smiled bitterly and scanned his surroundings. He checked all the places that he had already checked in turns. Well then, let's get back on your training and give it your best. This way your winning chance should be reduced, and if it doesn't change much, I'll increase the thickness of the colorless mist until it reduces your winning chance. Though it seems that I don't need to do that. Right at the next moment, Akira's goggles were dyed in red. He got shot. Alpha smiled and pointed his finger to Akira's side. Akira followed the direction that Alpha was pointing at, and saw a boy who shot him just now standing there looking completely surprised. That boy did not expect to be able to hit Akira with his shot. Akira sighed and looked down on the ground. That shot just now increased the number of the corpse images in that place by 1. He smiled bitterly at the image of his dead corpse lying by his feet. After that, thanks to his handicap, Akira's winning rate was indeed lowered. Akira and the other children would group up after 10 rounds for a quick Q&A session, and if there was no question, they would immediately move on to the next round. But that was not the case this time. I feel like your movements have gotten worse suddenly. Did something happen? Akira answered carefully to make sure that he did not offend anyone there. I've been winning a lot lately, so I did a little adjustment. There's no need to worry about it. All the children thought of the same thing. They were questioning what kind of adjustment was Akira talking about. But since Akira told them not to worry about it, they could not ask that question to him. Not to mention, Akira himself did not look that happy since he had been losing a lot lately. It would be not wise to ask that question to Akira right now, so they just kept their mouth shut. They then continued the training. The other children who were taking a rest near the wreckages not too far from them were watching the ongoing mock battle. That was when one of them mumbled. But still, I wonder just how much stamina Akira-san has. He looks just fine when we're already dead tired like this. Another boy there answered that question. I bet it's because of his augmented suit. It must be nice. I want one too. Boss said that she's taking care of the equipment with Katsuragi-san's help. I wonder if she'll buy us some. Ario, who was also there, shook his head and said, Nah, I doubt that would happen. I heard that it's really expensive. So at least, I'm sure it's impossible to buy one for everyone. Moreover, Ario remembered when Akira saved his life back in the wasteland. At that time, Akira was able to shoot while carrying a heavy rucksack filled with relics, even though he was not using an augmented suit. Akira was able to fight even when he was carrying something that heavy, so Ario thought that it was not simply because of his augmented suit. But when he was about to say that, Ario also remembered that Akira told him not to say anything unnecessary. The other children found it weird that Ario stopped midway. Moreover, what? Moreover, even if she buys us several augmented suits, it would be still far away from Akira-san's advanced augmented suit. After all, an augmented suit like that would cost a lot. You're right about that. But we should still be able to get a decent augmented suit if it's only one, right? But in that case you'll be the one using it, huh? You're the boss bodyguard after all. It must be nice. I'm really jealous. That boy looked enviously at Ario. For someone who tried to punch Akira, you're doing pretty well. You and Alicia are even assigned as the officers in the gang after all. Ario's face twitched. Stop it. Don't remind me of that. Just so you know, I really regret doing something that stupid. Talking about doing something stupid. That would be Tayal, huh? Not only did he question boss' relationship with Akira and got the boss angry at him, he even brought in those robbers the other day. Now that I think about it, I feel like I don't see him around lately. Did he run away somewhere? No, Alicia is still assigning him jobs, so he should be still in the gang. I feel like it's really only a matter of time though. If he doesn't run away, as long as he doesn't do anything big to make up for it, those mistakes would still weigh him down. For example, that's right, maybe like capturing that pickpocket. Ario thought for a bit before shaking his head. Nah, that won't happen. Akira-san did say that the pickpocket has a hunter stronger than him covering for her, remember? So, if he does that, in the worst-case scenario, that hunter might be coming for him this time. Just think what would happen if that hunter came to our base. So I'm sure it would only anger the boss if he does that. Not to mention you might be able to meet your friend, right? Yes, but it's not like we had promised to see each other, so it would be a pure coincidence if we do meet her. But if we meet her, I'll tell her that I got some help from Katsuya-san. I'm sure that'll lessen her worry. She's been worrying about me up to the very end after all. So if it's possible, I want to let her know that I'm okay. I see, she must be a kind person. Yes. I'm really proud to be able to call her my friend. And I always only bring her trouble. Alna sounded sad and had a look as if she was admonishing herself when she said that. So Katsuya smiled at her and tried to cheer her up. In that case, you need to make sure to return that favor one day. Don't worry, it'll be fine. And about that Akira who is chasing you, well, it might take some time, but I'll do something about it. Katsuya. Alna stared happily at Katsuya with teary eyes. Katsuya just blushed and smiled back at her. Yamaina and Eri sighed simultaneously. They were thinking the exact same thing. Katsuya did it again. Katsuya tended to accept the requests coming from girls and help them. Because of that, the number of girls who fell in love with him just kept increasing. More often than not, Yamaina and Eri had to help him solve those problems. And since both of them were in love with Katsuya, it was not like they could say no when he asked them. They would always just give up and exasperatedly help Katsuya. Both Yamaina and Eri noticed their sighing and looked at each other. Both of them understood what the other person was thinking about and smiled bitterly at each other. Tayal took out his information terminal and made a call. Yes, that's correct. I found Alna. Well, it is most likely her. The one that he was calling replied with a rather confused voice. Most likely. Make sure to confirm it first, will you? Don't be crazy. She's hiding her face under a coat. And if I go there and try to confirm it in front of her, there's no mistaking it that the other guys would notice me too. Those guys, I heard from Akira that they're stronger than him, you know? So there's no way I can do anything against those guys. Not to mention they went into Alna's hideout too. But her appearance fits the description you gave, so that should be her. Geez, it can't be helped then. Just keep following Alna like that. We already set the information terminal which we gave you to continuously broadcast its location to us. So don't mess with that setting, okay? Okay. By the way, if I have the chance, is it okay if I just go and kill that Alna? Tayal thought if he killed Alna and reported it back to Cheryl and Akira, it might compensate for his mistake in bringing those robbers to the base. Sure, I'm okay with that, but won't that be impossible for you? Viola sounded more like she was mocking him than challenging him. Tayal then clicked his tongue and cut the call there. After Katsuya and his group finished retrieving Alna's belongings, they then roamed around the slum city, looking for that particular relic shop just like they originally planned. A certain rumor was spreading in the slum city about a particular relic shop that was selling relics that could be sold at a high price in another place. That rumor had also reached hunters inside Drankum. Lately, Katsuya's group had been doing jobs that were far away, and were not gathering old world relics themselves. They had been mostly doing escorts for intercity transports or guarding certain facilities. Those jobs were more for the sake of building trust with the people that were employing them, and they were pretty effective in order to increase their hunter rank too. Guarding intercity transport was a relatively easy job, if they were strong enough since they were able to check the danger beforehand. But there were many occasions where those transports were carrying important cargoes. So they could not employ just any hunters since those hunters might rob the cargoes instead. It needed trust, it was good for their track record, and it was easy to make sure that they could safely complete that request. Katsuya found that kind of job really pleasant. But being a hunter was synonymous with exploring Old World ruin and gathering Old World relics. Although he still had to go to the Old World ruin because of the request that was assigned by the gang, it was only helping the forward base in Kazusuhara ruin, so it had nothing to do with gathering relics. Basically, he didn't get that much chance to work with Old World relics lately, so in order to make up for that, he thought of looking for the rumored relic shop. He then went to ask others to help him, and it turned out into a pseudo-date. By the way, Alna, do you have any guess where that shop might be? You've been living around this area until now, right? I'm sorry, I did know there was that kind of shop in the slum city, but I don't know where it might be. Old World relics are expensive after all, so it's not a place for me who doesn't have money. Of course, it's a different story if you can find someone who has some relation with the people who manage territory. Moreover, most of them don't accept first-time customers. I heard that you'll need someone to introduce you to the place before you can get in. so I think it would be meaningless even if you know the location of that shop. I thought that I will be able to find it if I just walk around the slum city, but it seems that it's not that easy, huh? I wonder what should we do so we can get accepted into that shop. Seeing Katsuya unsure about what to do next, Alna desperately searched through her memory for something. Anything that might help him no matter what it was. It might be because she was rather desperate that she then said without much thinking, I heard that sometimes you can get recommended to that kind of shop from another shop if you have a good relationship with that shop and pay some money. And that shop doesn't have to be a big shop, it might be just a mere stand, so you can try being a good customer in some certain establishments. Or so I heard. Alna's voice was getting smaller and smaller before eventually vanishing. Because of that, Katsuya could not completely catch what she just said. What shop? Alna blushed and said, brothels. Most of the brothels in the slum city receive support from the gang overseeing the territories where they are doing their business, and it's not rare for them to introduce their customers to relic shops. Since their customers are often hunters who return back from gathering relics, they also often get paid with relics. So using that connection. But it has nothing to do with you, right?